Okay, let's get started. Perfect. For those who are waiting to tune in, appreciate your patience. If you're going to watch later, that's awesome. All right. Sometimes we need to take a break to regain our strength and get to the right mental state. Be prepared for a new world. Creation isn't easy, but it changes us. And we have something to fight for. We have something to believe in. Okay, well, I think that is going to be for after. So, that's the one to put there. Nope. That's okay. Let's do this. Put some music on, and it begins. You gotta go with the moonlight. I feel like it's our calm. Okay. The end of the moonlight. Okay. Descript. Where are you? No, I don't want to use you. Fuck. Let's open it again. Nice try. All right. End of the illusion. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. When we go on a mission, sometimes we believe that everything is just going to work out. And that's good, right? It's good to have faith. It's good to envision success. But we tend to forget that it's a journey, which means that sometimes we need to take a step back to reevaluate where we're headed. And that's what happened. So today I ask you, what's the path to a new world? That is what is being created. It has been in the process of being created for a few days, a few weeks, for a few months, for a long time now. But it has all come to this. This is the beginning of a new world. So what does that mean? Today we're going to discuss and evaluate certain topics that will challenge you, will make you question, will make you think, is really everything I know true? It is up to you to decide, but everything I am telling you is not only my reality, it is what I'm destroying to create something new. It's up to you to determine what path you want to take after you acquire this information and this knowledge. But if you get this through either listening, reading it, obtaining this information through spiritual downloads, through your favorite influencers, once you get this, you will feel a change within you. You've probably already felt things feel different. You've probably seen the news get absolutely crazy, the weather change dramatically. All those things are not coincidence. There's a lot of things that people don't know. And while we're not going to reveal every single thing today just yet, we're going to reveal almost everything. We're easing you in. It's time to unveil what is actually behind the illusion. We're destroying it once and for all to finally come back to a point of choice. Choice will exist again after this. To get to the point where we believe in the spiritual, we need to reach a state of it's a mindset change. Once you believe, you can believe. And that's what we're going to today. But I ask you something, and it's something I want you to evaluate the entire time while I'm talking. Is our life predetermined? Or do we have a choice? And if we have a choice, I ask you then, how many of you have chosen to suffer? How many of you have chosen the path that you're on? Ask yourself truly, was it me? Did I really want my child to suffer? Did I really want that problem? You guys know what I'm talking about, that problem to happen? Or was something else pulling the strings behind the scenes? That is what we're ending once and for all. So let's lower it down a level just for people's understanding. At what point would a slave truly be free? At what point will a slave truly be free? And, for people to understand what I mean, like once you're broken free of whatever it is that is shackling you, is imprisoning you, I call that deliverance. You're now free to do whatever you want. You get to decide. You get to choose. So it doesn't have to be this grandiose, terrible thing. It could be literally, well, I'm imprisoned right now to this chair, and because I'm doing this. You see, like, it's all relative. So I ask you, what happens when the shackles are broken? The physical and the mental. But what if you're still in that physical prison, right? So picture a slave, picture someone who's working at a corporation, and they have to go in every day at 8 a.m. and they don't leave till 6 p.m. And it takes them an hour to drive there in traffic, so they leave at 7 or 6:45, and they wake up at 5 because they have to put on makeup and everything. So, all right, and they don't come home until about 7:30, and then they're obligated to make dinner for their husband, and then they go to bed at 9 p.m. Not before chugging half a bottle of whiskey. So that's our slave. You could say that which one is their prison? Is it the physical corporation? Is it their life in general? Is it their home life? Or is it all? You see, like, at what point is a slave actually free? At what point? At what point are we finally free? They can come and go, right? From the job. They're not at home all day. So I'm calling this person, this girl, this woman, a slave who lives this life. Yet people were like, well, she gets to come and go. She gets to leave. She does this. She's drinking alcohol. Like, or do we really give slaves alcohol? You guys see? Pay attention to this. It doesn't matter if you are or not in physical prison. Now let's change it to so that people understand the example that's a little easier to understand. Because that was the context. An actual typical prisoner that we would consider. So think of a war slave, or think of a Jew in the Holocaust. They were trapped in concentration camps. That right? Like people would say that's an undeniable thing, that they're a slave, they're a prisoner. What if there came a point where there was a slave there and they said to their fellow slaves, I am no longer trapped. I am free. I ask you, how is that possible? How could they say that if they're still literally at the concentration camp? How is that possible? Could we break free from something even if we're still physically trapped there? Could we? Yes. Yes, we can. The moment you choose, the moment you regain control of the proof of choice, of no longer being nudged by the spiritual that we're going to talk about, where you can decide for yourself, regardless if it's a positive influence or a negative influence, you can be like, nope, not listening. I'm not going to do that. I see exactly what's happening. I understand everything that's happening. I understand that everything outside is literally an illusion that's fabricated to cause us to believe specific things and do specific things. When we reach that state, now we reclaim our choice. That, my friends, is freedom. So now you've decided, enough. I can choose to escape this. Regardless of if you still go to work, regardless if you still go home, regardless if you're still physically present in the prison, the moment you flip the switch from off to on, that is the moment you are finally free. At that point, it doesn't even matter anymore what happens. That slave at the Holocaust concentration camp, they might never actually physically escape the prison. They were free. It literally does not matter because they no longer are going to give up. Now they chose to escape. They chose to change their reality. The moment you no longer tolerate your reality, that is when everything changes. So today, let it be the day, not let it. It will be the day that humanity finally unites and says, enough. We no longer tolerate this illusion, this reality, this fabrication, this manipulation to exploit us for our energy, to feed this dark one that's truly just enjoying us suffering, and put specific key people in places in different companies in different areas of our world to just create a puppet show to create fear, insecurity, and trauma, which what it does, it causes us to feel that way. Negative emotions spawn a dark thing that just completely envelops us. You know what I'm talking about. You become into a completely different state. Who are you? Now it's just draining your energy, taking your life force, all your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. And guess who it's feeding it to? Everyone else, everyone who serves the dark one and the dark one himself. That ends today. That's what we're unveiling. The spiritual wars have begun. We're never giving up. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what they say. Today, things will escalate to the next level. If you thought the world was going on a path that you couldn't even recognize or follow anymore, everything changes today. We will not stop disclosing and educating until every single person out there that is alive and will be born finally awakens and remembers who they are and how the world actually works. Before certain forces that be decided, hey, we're going to bypass your free will through these control and these fabrications and these illusions and these spiritual nudges that you don't even understand are happening, but truly 99% of your day are just nudges from both the light trying to counteract what the dark is doing. Dark, you're going down. Now, if you listen to what I'm going to talk about today, you're making a peace offering. We are. Because unlike you, we can see new perspectives. We can see both sides. We understand the power of working together. We know that we can't do it alone. We need everyone to make something incredible and beautiful. To create this new world that is being created, we need every single person's contributions. But if you refuse to stop playing this game, then a new path is being created, one without you. So I ask you guys, It's good to have dreams, right? It's good to have dreams. It's very good to have dreams. But could a dream become impossible? So, the new world that is being created is going to be a world where we're all united. So I ask you, could we truly all be united as one? Love is the only law. Hope, peace, helping each other, not living from moving away from materialism, understanding that money is just literally energy in a physical format, just meant to exploit us and push us down their set path that they created. They designed the game to literally just exploit us. Moving toward bare necessities, understanding that yes, there's some things that are nice, but do we need them? Realizing that capitalism is just an excuse, a prettied up version of slavery. It started for the right reasons, but quickly people caught on. The dark one caught on that they could completely capture this and manipulate this to fabricate it and make it something that is just for its own needs. We've moved away from helping people and innovating a long time ago, which is why capitalism is eliminated, and now we live in a world of innovationism. We are all going to be just focusing on our strength, our role, our mission, who we are, what we have inside of us. We're going to find our flame and what we can create, that passion that when you're doing it, no one can take it away from you. You're protected. There's a light bubble, a shield that shines so bright that can illuminate any darkness. That every single person's going to find that. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's going to be something that helps humanity as a whole, Earth as a whole, the world. That is what we're going to be doing. Every single person is going to be focusing on that, whatever it is. That's how we reach a new state of enlightenment. That's how we reach a new state of peace. Imagine companies or organizations, we're just going to call them organizations, that are built, that are exclusively getting people together that have a similar mindset on a certain topic, or not a similar mindset, but they're all focused on solving a similar problem like that. We find the 27 people that are focused on, hey, we want to bring new life to the ocean. How can we fix that, or how can we improve that? Because really that's what it's about, improvement, progression, 1% every day. And now that is what they do. You're no longer worried about the money, because guess what? Survival necessities are now provided. Doesn't mean that we have no reason to fight or improve, right? Like, as you're doing your mission, you will find a way, and this is something that I need people, economists, and those people who have expertise in that area to think about this. Like, how can we find a way to not create a system of just pure reward, but to inspire people? Do we really need a carrot on a stick? If people are doing their passion, if you know that you're just going to live in a better world, is that not enough? Do you see, like, there's a lot of things that are going to be changing, but the key is no more wars. No more wars. It's going to be a world of peace, a world of 100% peace, because we're all united now. Like, why would we fight ourselves? And as everyone remembers, and we continue unveiling the spiritual world around us, and everyone has the awakening and understands how things actually work, there's nothing better than just you feel this love, you feel this light inside of you that you're spreading. And now your goal, your mission is to make other people believe. Not because you want to force your views on them, but because you know how much better your life became after you went away from the darkness and you embraced the light. And we're just going to inspire everyone by that. We're just all helping each other. So if you had to summarize, it would be, we're making a new world. We're destroying the old, out with the old terms. We're reforming every single industry that's out there, every single one, economical, political, judicial, all that stuff. But yet, people are like, that's a pipe dream. That's not possible. So then I ask you, though, what if the world was ending? Would that change your behavior? Would that change our behavior? Would we care? Would we try our best to stop it? Would we resign ourselves to the fate that awaits us? What would we do? What if I told you that it's happening? If we don't change our behavior, the world is ending. Why do you think this mission came to be? This has been something that has been in the works, not just by me, but by many people, many forces behind the scenes. And everyone has a role that they don't even realize yet in the grand design. But this is the play. This is the final play to finally usher in a new world. Now, as we think about that, well, if our world really is ending, why? But there's a easy solution. Yes, it's going to take some work. It's going to take some learning, some behavioral changes. But if there's truly, which there is a solution, and that is what's happening right now, and that's what's being taught. Would you choose to willingly not take it? Would you rather walk to your doom? So that's your choice. No one will stop you. But I ask you, why? Do you not enjoy living? Do you not enjoy seeing what kind of future we can create together? I know that deep down, each one of you has thought at some point, why does it have to be this way? Think about it. If there was even one morning, where you woke up and you're like, oh my gosh, I really don't want to go to work today. Are you kidding me? Ugh, I have to talk to Becky again and hear about her drama, about what that one girl at the bakery said. Oh my goodness gracious. If you even felt that way once, oh my God, I have to listen to my boss talk about our numbers, that we haven't sold enough, even though we're literally scamming all our customers. Then I ask you, what are you doing? What is it going to take for you to finally wake up? To finally realize we don't have to live this way. We never had to. You accepted it. Today marks the day where humanity no longer tolerates this false reality. And we're going to discuss why it is and has become and always has been an illusion. You can literally make people do anything, if you make them believe something. And that is what's happened for centuries in this world. We are literally just doing exactly what the Dark One has wanted for so long. But that changes. That changes today. So will we answer the call? There's a call. Think of it as your phone, which you should have off, by the way, to eliminate noises and take back control of your life. You get a call. And let's just say it says it's from God. Your God. Whatever you believe in. Whatever makes sense to you. Would you pick up? Would you pick up a call from God? He or she, or it, whatever you believe, is talking to you right now. And he tells you, it's time. I finally found a way to communicate with you. I finally found a way to deliver my message, to educate humanity. I've watched for far too long, and I've been crying. I've been in despair. They've blocked me. They've suppressed me. They kept me away from my people. I built you. I created you. And I let you be because I wanted you to thrive. I wanted you to learn. I wanted you to develop. I wanted you to experience. Yet something caught on that all of you, humanity and life on this planet Earth, could achieve things that they were never able to achieve. You could make things right. You could choose the better path. They went wrong. And instead of celebrating you, instead of watching from afar to try to learn or finding a way to make contact to befriend you and grow with you, they chose to enslave. They chose to make you their pawns. They chose that you can't handle the information. Instead, they filter it, they control it, they manipulate it. They found a way to make us believe, make you believe anything they want. And for the longest time, I watched, and I couldn't understand how to reach you. I couldn't find a way how to reach you. I heard your prayers. I understood them. It devastated me knowing that my creations were losing faith in me. My creations were embracing all these poisons and devils and evil spirits that tricked them with illusions, making them think that they were on their side, but they were just hurting them over and over again. Now, so many of you believe that there was no hope. There was no reason to have faith. There was no reason to be good. No reason to help each other. That you were created to be destined for suffering, when the whole point was the opposite. It was to experience. Now, could experience lead to suffering? Sure. But it was to be a lesson. And it wasn't meant to be a terrible one, because everyone would have helped you. That was the whole goal. That was the whole point. Yet, do you see how? Imagine being the person who created this, and you had to watch as someone else came in and poisoned the entire drinking well with water. And then told them that they made it better. And you chose to take a step back and not to interfere. Not because you don't love them. But on the contrary, because you love them so much, your creations, you want them to thrive. You want them to be able to make their own choices. Now, you understand that you realize that you might have to intervene once in a while and give them a positive nudge. I think we all can think about our children and our pets, right? Give them a little nudge here and there. But it's there out of love, it's there out of help, it's there out of care, and it's only to make sure that they can continue thriving and continue living. At the end of the day, if they refuse, you accept it. That's what's happening right now. There's a call. All of you are getting a call from what you consider your God, a spiritual entity that is communicating with you, that's trying to help all of you remember, to awake, to finally say no more, to finally be delivered. Everything that's happening in the world right now is not a coincidence. This has been built up for so long. The Creator has finally decided enough, has found a way to bypass the limitations, all the ways that it was getting blocked. It finally found a way. It finally understood that, there's a way around every single form of suppression. So imagine your Creator, the thing that loves you more than anything, is not only asking, is actually begging you, is praying for you. So many people think that the creations need to pray to the Creator. The Creator is praying for you to finally heed His call, to listen, to get quiet, to contemplate, to understand, to say no more, stop being tricked. This was not the world we were meant to live in. This was the world that was taken over. You don't think about it for people just to lower it down one level. Think like you work at a company, a corporation, and it was going fairly well for the longest time. Then all of a sudden, like a merger happens. And a group of like 5, 6, 7 people from the competitor, the top competitor, wanted to merge for some reason. And these guys are cutthroat. They just care about money. They just care about buying products no matter what, or selling products no matter what. They encourage reducing the quality of the product. They encourage making the bag, let's say, think of like a Cheetos bag. They encourage making the bag look bigger, making the presentation look nicer, but lowering the flavor of the taste so that they can save money, changing how much is actually in there so they can save money. And it's all a trick. They also have connections, and they befriended people at the organizations that were supposed to be the checks and balance. So they're just like, hey, how do I just sneak this in? Like, oh, of course. Thank you for your contribution to my son's charity. I appreciate it. Thank you. and so forth, right? So all of a sudden, this company that you were at, that was, let's say it was family owned and it cared about its customers, you, these guys come in and within a week, everything changes. Now, yes, the company becomes bigger. You all of a sudden get fancier offices, newer furniture, shiny. And so many of your peers around you seem completely smitten. You're like, what happened? Like, you guys used to care about their customers, and now you're like, don't give them any discounts. They are just meant to be used. Like, what? And everyone's just talking about, look, now we get to drink at work. Everything's shiny, everything's new. And you just see everything going downhill. But everyone around you just seems blind. They don't see what's happening. Or maybe they do and they just refuse to believe it. Right? It's a good question. What would you do? Would you choose to stand up and fight? Do you think that there's no point in fighting? Would you try to talk to each individual person and convince them? Dangerous, right? But would you try to persuade them? Be like, hey, you guys see what's happening? You try to open their eyes, wake them up? Or you just resign yourself that there's no hope. It's just, this is the way it is now. I just have to accept it. What if you had the dream? You can make all these people realize, and the original leaders, that this was not who we were meant to be. We didn't create this company for this. We created it to come up with a solution to homelessness. We created it to come up with a solution to world hunger. We created it to come up with a solution to world peace. Why are we now literally scamming people for donations? How did this happen? Where did we go wrong? Oh, I know exactly where we did. So someone came in, promising us riches and glory, temptation, and we believed it. It sounded good, So your creator, who's calling you right now, who's asking for help, imagine he's asking you for help. He doesn't judge you. He's not angry at you. He's worried. Not because his world, his creation is falling apart. It's because he came to love every single one of you who inhabit this earth. And yet, despite so many of you giving up on him and choosing the dark, who tricked you, he doesn't blame you for that. He understands why it happened. So he's praying that today will finally be the day that you realize what's going on. They say information and knowledge is power. Let it be so. Today, we will finally be free. So, I call this deliverance. Let's talk about the impossible dream. You've all probably heard of the story Don Quixote de la Mancha. It was an incredible song to dream the impossible dream. It tells a story, a really important story. It's the concept, right? Can we live in a new world? Yes, that is what's being built right now. We'll need your help. Now, picture it like this. So we have this dream of being unified as one. And some of you will believe in it. Some of you will be inspired and understand that we've always had all the power. We always were the ones who could completely change our realities, yet we gave it up intentionally. We were led to believe that that was how it has to be, even though it does not. There are no more rules. We create all the new rules together, period. So with that said, will we tell stories to our children how we wish life was. I wish that we could live in a world of peace and love, everyone helping each other. Or we look up, stare at the night sky, feel the gusts of wind that imply change is happening. And when we talk about the story of when we finally became free on October 28th, 2024, and we created a new reality, will we reach that unreachable star? Or will we let the dark manipulators win yet again? I want people to remember this. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. This is our quest. This is our quest, not mine, ours, humanity's. You need to follow that star. You see that light in the distance. It doesn't matter how far away it is. It doesn't matter how dim it is. It's still there. It's present. It's showing you that it exists. As long as we can see it, as long as we can feel it through love, it communicates through love. Ask yourself, why do I feel different? Why do I feel inspired? Why do I feel like I want to change things? That's that star. It's talking to you. It wants you to believe. It wants you to remember. It's time to systematically dismantle every single broken aspect of our society. Every single one. It begins now. There's going to be people that claim there's no other way of doing things. There is. We are making it. That's what people don't understand. If there isn't a way currently, you make it. If there's a tree in your way, you walk around it. If there's trash on the ground and it's preventing you from walking past it, you pick it up. You make it. We make it. The will, the hope, the courage that's inside us is going to be exponentially amplified as we start uniting. That, each other, that is our weapon. That is our sword. It's now or never. Do or die. It has come down to this. Our liberty is literally at risk around the entire world. Why are you okay with that? Why are we okay with that? What is it going to take for you to finally snap out of it and wake up and be like, why am I okay with accepting this reality? With being a slave, with literally all of my free will and choice taken from me without even realizing it. What will it take? What, I ask you right now, what will it take for you to finally say enough? We want peace. Who doesn't want peace? Ask yourself that. Why would you not want peace? Why? It's time to be unified. It's time to collaborate. People think that makes us weak. On the contrary, together, we are unstoppable. Why do you think they try so hard to sow the seeds of division and despair? Why? Ask yourself that. Why? Why would they do that? Why do they make us focus on them instead of on just helping each other? There's a reason for that, because the moment you believe, the moment you realize what you're capable of, because you're incredible, you're amazing, they lose. They have no chance. They can't do anything. Literally, just think about it. One person at the company that knows all of the corrupt bullshit that goes on in that company could truly just expose it. If they have access to the document, has all the information, they release that to the public, it's over. If they don't, that changes today. We must break the cycle. We're not looking to harm. We're not looking to kill. We're not looking to propagate revenge. We need to educate. We need to bring awareness to the evil. We need to awaken people to actually what's going on. Shatter the illusion. Anyone who tolerates it. If you're aware and you attempt to silence it or ignore it, you're part of the problem. Speak up. Turn down the bribe. Crush the corruption like a paper that has served its purpose. Awaken your humanity. You were not built or created this way. This is not who we are. It is time to say no more. Yes, a lot of progress has been made. It's undeniable. But why are you satisfied with stopping now? What if the next blow is what finally lets us win? We can't let up. It's time to escalate further. Monday, October 28th, 2024. Things are escalating. If you thought things were chaotic before, be prepared. We're just trying to help. We're just trying to heal. A lot of you have begun to see the light. Yet what does that mean? The darkness is going to cling on and fight back more than ever. Do not tolerate it. Do not be fooled. Do not get divided. We are not the enemy. The humans are not the enemy. There's something beyond that. There's a greater foe. We've been waiting for their olive branch for so long. It hasn't arrived. So until they decide to change their ways, until they decide to finally let humanity, my people, be free, we will never stop. And I need you to believe. I need you to try. I need you to do the same thing. Until we are finally free, it is time. Stand strong. Keep fighting for our future, for the next generation, for us. We're not doing it for the glory. We're not doing it for the history book. We're not doing it for money. We're doing it because the world we're about to experience, that we are creating a new world. We're walking across a bridge that has been built. I am teaching you how to protect yourself while you walk across, because you're going to be bombarded by darkness. And once you cross, there's a portal. And that portal represents complete and utter freedom. Once you walk through, you're free. Permanently, forever. And now, you get to join your God, your Creator, to create something new. You now share that responsibility. Does that excite you? Does that terrify you? It's an opportunity. Now everyone gets to be part of the creation process together. And while there will continue to be light, positive, loving nudges, they're meant to guide. They're not meant to take away our free will, which is what the darkness currently does. Is that not a future worth fighting for? We will create our new terms. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't matter what you've done in the past. All that matters, I make this so clear so that people cannot misinterpret this. All that matters is what you decide to do from this moment forward. Period. So who is this unbeatable enemy? Those who control, those who exploit, those who suppress, who take away our freedoms, our hope, prevent our dreams by keeping us on this endless capitalistic treadmill, those who destroy nature, those who destroy the planet, those who discriminate, those who oppress, those who enslave, those who wage war for their own greed, for this energy exploitation that's going on to create these fears, to create these insecurities, to make you feel bad about yourself. Those people are the enemy. And they're all serving the Dark One, an entity so far beyond our comprehension that has put its clutches in every single thing on this earth, that has enslaved us all for its own needs. Why do you choose willingly to be a slave? The shackles are now broken, physically and mentally. Remember what I told you. Even though we're still on Earth, and some people might call it a prison planet then, it doesn't matter if we're there. It doesn't matter. Once we believe, which we do now, that we are free, delivered. He now has no power over us. He has no hold. We can try. But as we're going to continue to educate you on exactly how it does it, you will see right through all of its illusions. And once they stop working on you, and once you stop engaging with it, what happens? Stop fighting for their narrative. Stop letting them control the narrative. It's time to choose, and that's why we're going to talk so much about choice, to fight for freedom, for hope. Ours. We're all the same. We are one. Spread the love. But remember, they're going to fight back. And when they step on our toes, we're offering them an olive branch. We're offering them peace. We're offering them to join us in the new world. Literally, all of them. But if they choose not to, just like we have a choice now to be free, they have a choice to join us or not. And they choose that to continue to exploit and be dark, and just use us as a human branch, steal all of our energy, our hopes, our wishes, our dreams, and we will show them how sharp our teeth are. You know, is it too much to ask for us to be seen for who we are, for our worth? Is it really such a big ask? So many of you just give it all away. Be like, well, you can understand. You work so hard, or the dark one just. I mean, imagine having billions of people under your control, and one person knocked out. No, we all matter. We all recognize our value. Every single person out there, continue to be you. Embrace it. You're incredible. You're amazing. You're unique. The whole point is you were created with uniqueness. Imagine if, think about it like this, just because everyone has either a computer, a TV, or a phone, any one of those tools. Imagine if every single one, most people think about it from like serial numbers. Think of it like that, but now think of it also just in design. Every single one had a slightly different design and could do one function that no other phone, no other computer, no other TV could do. People are like, wow, actually, well, that's really cool. I literally have the only phone in the world that can do this. Yes, that is how humanity was created. We literally each have something that no other person can do. That is why in the new world that is being built as we speak, it's your responsibility, it's your mission to not only discover what that is, what is your unique phone skill, and then teach it to other people, educate other people, inspire other people to embrace it. Nobody might ever reach your level of that because you are the creator of it. You have that, right? But now everyone else is going to start learning it, start embracing it. You see, like, that's the secret to becoming one. We all are sharing every single piece. Now, once you share it, think of it like that phone now connects to someone else's phone, Brooke, and now it gave them that skill set. So now that phone has two skills, and so forth. You see, like, eventually, every single phone is going to be able to do all the things. Now, I want people to understand, as I said, that I saw a potential for a flaw in this logic. We're not creating clones. We're not creating clones. We are creating inspiration. I want to make that very clear. You're making it your own. But now you have access to this knowledge, and we can continue to develop. And now, as other people start giving you their pieces, your original skill set is going to evolve and is going to develop. Your knowledge, your ability makes you you. And that's how we continue to evolve, and that's how we're going to reach a new state of consciousness, of humanity. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. And that is how the impossible dream starts happening. You see, like, all of a sudden, what I was saying, how do we become one? How do we become unified? How do we embrace love, peace, hope, helping each other? All of a sudden, just no longer seems far-fetched. It becomes a reality. It's time to force a response. You people, you're going to get a nudge. You're going to get a nudge tonight, and if you are already asleep, you're going to get it tomorrow morning, October 29th. Everyone's going to get a nudge either today, October 28th, or tomorrow, October 29th, 2024. It's going to push them. It's going to spur them. It's going to motivate them. It's going to inspire them. It's going to challenge you to ask yourself, Am I okay to continue being a slave? And some people are in a position, a powerful position, with in the illusion that we live in, to actually shatter it. This is your Creator's ask. This is what He's asking all of us. It is time to answer the call. Shatter the illusion. Through education or through an act. You decide. But it's time to force a response. It's time to make the game, to show everyone that it's a game of the Dark One. It can't handle it if everyone starts forcing a response. Right? It just can't. It can't keep up. You can't. If I ask you, hey, do you want chocolate or vanilla? And then you all of a sudden you choose chocolate. I'm like, wait, do you want strawberry or pistachio? And all of a sudden you're like, okay, it's pistachio. I'm like, wait, chocolate or vanilla? You just can't keep up. You're like, well, which one? What do you want me to do? Think of it like that. Think of it like that. Think of it like the Dark One is like a computer. It just won't be able to keep up. Like it's trying to choose. Like, wait, okay, send this illusion at them. Exploit them. Like, wait, oh my God, something's over here. It can't keep up. It creates an appearance of strength, but we are stronger. Once we force a response, you will see who actually cares about you and who doesn't. You'll see if you're nothing but money to them, and energy is really what it is. The Dark One and all of its commanders, they don't view you as a human with a story worth understanding. You're a number. All right? Okay. So I'm a number. What happens when every single number groups together? What happens when one digit also becomes 10 digits, right? Now it's like a billion. So what if a billion numbers got together and said, no more? You know, some people could ask, well, what if we treated them like that? What if we treated the Dark One the way it treated us? We can't. We need to fall in line. We need to behave. So why do they view us as cattle, yet if we did the same thing, we'd be bad? You see, like, we're breaking the cycle of evil. But I just want people to understand, you see how if you actually flipped it, you would immediately see where the problem is. If we did the same thing that they did to us, we would be viewed as a problem. So, it's time. We're going to revolt. This is the beginning of a revolution. It's the beginning of the creation of the new world. But we're going to do so peacefully. We're going to do so with love. We're going to do so with education. And if they choose not to, then we will do what it takes. We will not go quietly into the night. We don't have to spill blood, but refusing to play along with their game is sufficient. It'll break it. If no one plays the game, there are no players. What happens if no players? The game shuts down. They designed the system intentionally the way it is to keep us down. Okay, well, here's the good news, guys. We are down. Which means that there's only one way. Up. Will today be the day that you finally say, I'm tired of being a sheep that is the whole purpose only to be slaughtered for their agenda? You know what? We talked about it enough. It's time to find out. Can we dream the impossible dream? Can we reach the unreachable star? We will not surrender. It's time. So, I'm just going to take a quick, this is going to be the shortest break ever, just to get more water, and then we'll continue. All right. That's good. Let's start there. Okay. Let's change the music. And let's do this. Now let's go a little more upbeat. Let's try it. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Questions are interesting. Questions can be the things that make us question more things. Questions are what lead us down a path, and paths lead to destinations. So let's begin this segment by asking a question. Can outside conflict ever be a good thing? Could outside conflict be used to unite us? What do you guys think? Could it? So many people right now are afraid. That's intentional fabrication by the dark. Yet, what if we flipped it on them? They do everything possible to make us be scared, to trigger our traumas, to trigger our insecurities. Yet, what if, now knowing what we know now, and if it's your first time listening, I have a lot of recordings where I talk in depth about the spiritual effects and how the dark does what it does. But essentially, just think of it like this. There are two forces at play, light and dark. And we are in the middle. It's a great tug of war. And everything around you is not only just a sign, but it's what I call a nudge. So they're trying to pull you into a certain direction. So they communicate through what the dark communicates through what I call noise, and the light communicates through what I call sound. So any physical tool that you have right now, or anything that is a block, a digital block in any element, could be a noise vessel. So what does that mean? An ad, every single ad that you see has been placed there in front of you that's influenced and controlled by things that you can't even see. Once you understand how they communicate, pay attention. So if you ever watch an ad and it's like, man, this reminded me of something that I didn't really want to think about from my childhood days. That wasn't an accident. That was intentional, because I call it the memory totem. We have a totem. Our memory can only hold, everything that's active currently in our brain is above the 50% threshold. Everything under the 50% threshold exists, but it's essentially suppressed. You just don't think about it. And that's just, imagine if you have to think about everything constantly. You'd be overwhelmed. So how does dark bypass our free will and make us primarily either dark or negative? They do nudges. So If right now I reminded you of the one time you got rejected by a girl, boom, you see the power of suggestion. Now all of a sudden you're thinking about it, it goes to the top of the totem. Now you focus on it. Also now you're darker. Now maybe it makes you feel insecure. It causes you to feel weird inside. See like how you can completely fabricate and manipulate things and bypass free will, just like that. And if the above the 50% mark is primarily dark, then you're going to get even more dark nudges, because we all have what I call a shield and a health bar. Our shield is what protects us from these things. But one good trigger, like if you're triggered by that one girl who rejected you in high school, your entire shield can dissipate in one blow. So now you're open. And if you're open, that means that all they have to do is poke at you one more time. You're going to feel fear. You're going to feel hurt. You're going to feel negative. Now, what happens is when you reach that state, think of it as if you watch Harry Potter, a Dementor, if you know a Venus flytrap, it spawns underneath you, is created, a hand that pops up and latches onto you. It starts draining your energy. It starts now just spreading ultimate chaos, ultimate fear. And it just doesn't stop. And it's trying to feed the dark one. Some people might call it a godlike entity. It doesn't matter what it is. But think of it, there's something out there that literally just wants humans' energy. The world operates on energy, life energy. Every single action you do costs energy. When you eat, you get some back. When you drink, you get some back. But the main way to recharge it is through sleeping and healing. So that's why it's so important right now that all of us start doing our light work and start taking time for ourselves to heal. And that's the whole point of this. But I'm going to stop. That's essentially how the basics of how it works. Okay. So if there's outside conflict that has been fabricated to intentionally create fear and create negativity in you, now you understand why. It doesn't even matter if you're present physically for that war. And let's just talk about something really quick, because I want people to pay attention to this part. As all this disclosure and exposure is happening, catch it. This is the key. They only have set amount of pre-written scripts that they can use. Think of it as like you're on a computer or a game. Or like even in my stream right now, I have a few scripts that I can run. Say short break recharging, be back in 5 minutes. The dark one and the people who designed this game of life have a few select ones. So there's a few articles and a few situations that always come up. Like, so whenever things get too good or too light, pay attention. There's going to be a news article that talks about the Taliban taking away women's voices. It doesn't even make sense anymore. It's like the 17th time that I've seen the same article and the same news update. Yet there's always new people that freak out about it. I'm like, guys, well, when are you going to start realizing it's just literally a response to this? And it works every time. Now people are afraid to, like, oh my gosh. And maybe it is true. Maybe it is actually happening over there. But you guys see, like, they truly can essentially run a scripted event, is what I call it. Think of it as events. When you go outside, they're events. If someone walks by you and they stop and they talk to you, that's an event. They're trying to activate an event so that something happens. If you pick up something that you find outside, you activate an event. Now, the problem with it is that because you picked up that one event, you will change your life path. For anyone who's played video games or anyone who knows computer programming, think of it as it's a conditional branch. If A happens, then B. If B happens, then so if A happens, you pick up the box that you found on the ground, then now you go down this path. If you don't pick it up, you just continue the path you were. You guys see like the danger of it? And the problem is that nobody understands that literally everything outside is an event. I call it, if you've played massive multiplayer online games like World of Warcraft and things of that nature, there's people that are supposedly programmers that could help you if your character got stuck. They call them game masters. So they're in your world and they can spawn and manifest things in your reality, and they also can change things and they can pull things, and they're like, oh, let's create this event for them to help them or to hurt them. Each one of us, regardless of what you believe about our spiritual entity, has an assigned game master. They're helping us navigate this game of life. So whoever you're in the same room with, all your game masters are participating together. So that means that someone else's game master influences another person's game. So if you're looking for quiet, if you're looking for silence, it's super critical to close doors and go into a separate room. Think of it like rooms are divisions. So if you're in the bathroom and you close your door, you're now completely immune from anyone else's, good or bad. So for example, I'm primarily light. So if a friend or someone else went to the bathroom and they closed it and they're primarily dark, they go into the bathroom, they're like, oh my gosh, why am I getting all of these negative nudges, these intrusive thoughts? But they come back out into the living room where I am, and they're like, all of a sudden they're like, oh man, yeah, life's good. That's how it works. There's events. So The moment you go outside, think of like your door, wherever that's where your castle is. If you open that door, now all of a sudden, now you're exposed to everyone else out there. Let's say if you live in an apartment, now the apartment itself is an event. If you leave the apartment premises, now you're out in the outside world. So if you're outside, you're playing the game with everyone else. So now you're able to be influenced by anyone, game master that's out there. Think about that. Why would you be? And not most people are not aware that the Dark One is controlling and manipulating and influencing people. So their game master is completely enslaved to literally do whatever the Dark One wants. So now the Dark One's going to be like, hey, that guy right there is a person of interest. Mess with him. Target him. Like literally, pay attention. If you start dating people that literally just go up to you, like insult you or nudge you, or they walk by and they have a shirt that you like brings up a bad memory, it's because they were intentionally pushed to go that way. Now, one thing I want people to be prepared for, and that we're going to be talking about, is that we do live in an illusion. So I fully believe 100%, based on my experiences, I would bet anything on it, my own life, my son, everything, that there's things that they can truly, if you become certain, if you know enough, they can manifest a complete illusion, something that's not real at all, out of thin air. So they can make someone appear and look like someone that you're just like, that's not possible. They're not right there. Your worst enemy. They'll bring someone. They'll make someone appear that looks exactly like them. It happens to me daily. It's hilarious, by the way. At this point, I just laugh at it because think about it. Like they make the same like 2-3 people reappear every day with different outfits. It's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry. Can I just say that? You just start to laugh at it now because it's like they don't even try to hide the illusion anymore because they know you know. It's just absolutely hilarious, like truly. But at the same time, they know that it could tempt you maybe to talk to them, be like, wait, is that you? Don't do it because now you just activated the event. Do you guys understand how dangerous this is? They can bait you to activate things into certain places. The outside world currently, because we're in the middle of a spiritual war, is not safe. Stay at home. So outside, don't ignore everything. Try to minimize your time out there. Don't engage with anyone. Inside, be the most loving, caring individual you possibly can be. Help people. Help whoever's inside with you. That's now your family. It's your dog and your brother. That's it. That's your family. Those are the people you prioritize. Period. Be an incredible, empathetic, caring, peaceful, light-spreading person. Build them up. Heal them. Do that. But outside, nothing matters. Because right now, the illusion is in full force. They are clinging on for dear hope. As more and more people become aware that it's all illusions out there, it shatters. You all got to break. It can't keep up. What keeps it alive? Think of it like this. Think of it as we are all dreaming. As long as we continue to dream and we don't wake up, the dream exists. Yet, if you splash water on someone, they stop dreaming, right? They wake up. What's happening currently in the world today, what I'm doing right now is splashing water on every single one of you to stop dreaming. You are creating the illusion, all of you, because you accept it. The moment you no longer accept it and you realize it for what it is, the illusion fades. So as every single person wakes up, awakening, the illusion weakens. The illusion weakens. Think of it like for people who are struggling to comprehend what I'm talking about. A magician, a magic show. Magic does exist, by the way. People need to be aware of that. There are things that, once you can reconnect with your spiritual side, magic does exist. Things can happen. But we'll leave it like that for now. So the magician has a trick. He tries to draw your attention in certain places. Smoke and mirrors, right? And so that he can conceal and make you believe something that didn't actually happen. The famous example of sawing the woman in half. And then she all of a sudden is okay. But what happens if everyone in the audience knows that trick and knows exactly how they did it? What happens if you put a mirror on the right spot and then you can see how he does it and how she's just actually like, it's an illusion? Well, the magic trick loses its luster. It's not actually fun anymore to watch. Now, maybe it's funny. You're like, oh my gosh, look at her. Oh my gosh, look how she's like squeezing that box. And like, you start laughing at it because you see it. You see right through. You're like, oh my gosh, it's not even real. Got it, guys? So that's what we're going to be educating on today.
But I wanted to that was the preamble, that was the basis. So this is now we know that the conflict outside is all illusions, is a script. They run these certain events to make people believe that things are happening to create fear. Because
Have you been present, like in all, like how do you know all these articles and news is real? Could be, could not. You have to reach a point of nothing's real, nothing's fake. But let's use an example to communicate what I'm talking about. Think back a few years, and this I'll just leave it like think back a few years. In Thailand, there was I believe it was the Thai soccer team. There was a group of kids, and they got stuck in a cave. And it's super sad because the cave flooded, and it's like, well, what's going to happen to them? They're done. Like, they won't be able to get out. So what did humanity do? Something terrible, something sad, something scary. People from different cultures, different races, different environments, they all grouped up and they worked together. Now, I promise you, there was people in that same room that were coming up with plans on how to save those children, that team, that had different religions, that had different political views, that had different skin color. Yet somehow, they managed to actually work together to save them. And they all were saved. I know there were some problems that happened, but let's focus on the positive right now. Do you guys see that when we focus on something greater than us, a greater foe, a greater problem that needs to be solved, all of a sudden those meaningless divisions no longer matter. It doesn't mean that we forgot about them. It's just you realize, wait a minute. Why am I worried about what? Like, imagine if one of the people, the divers that saved them, was Catholic and the other one was a Muslim. You think they really care? But they're like, dude, and he's like, you're Catholic, I can't swim with you. They're like, dude, not right now. We gotta save the kids. He's like, oh yeah, you're right. And what if all of a sudden they start swimming together and they save the kids, and he's like, wow, dude, you're really good at diving. I'm impressed. I'm like, you too, man. And then they end up like having lunch together because they're just, they're doing the exact same thing. They're in the same room, and they just are talking about, how did you learn? And how did you learn? And at the end of this, now they became friends. And yet at the beginning, if they would have met in any other environment, they would have been enemies. So I ask you, do you believe, if that's the case, that we are born meant to be enemies with each other just because of insignificant, arbitrary differences? Think about that one. You see? It's fabricated. We were indoctrinated since birth to believe that the other people are our enemy, when truly, Dark One designed the game, makes you engage with the system, forces you to lose all your energy working, doing other things so that you have no time to actually improve or to heal the world or work with other people. Today's the day. So let's get to the climb. What's happening right now for the people who are just getting exposed to this information for the first time, or it's been struggling to believe? I want everyone to think about the infamous Nolan Dark Knight trilogy. Incredible movie series. Highly recommend that you watch it. But specifically, the third one, The Dark Knight Rises. There's a point where Batman, he tries his hardest to stop the Dark One, Bane in this case, from creating ultimate chaos in the city. Chaos. So what is that? What do we call that? A fall. So why do we fall? Biggest thing. Why do we fall? Now, you might have heard the saying, a hero can be anyone. And all it takes you to do is something as simple as, putting a coat around a young child's shoulders. Be like, hey kiddo, it'll be okay. Tomorrow will come. The world's not over. And it's showing some kindness. You can believe again that there is hope, even if you fall. There is a beautiful world out there. But how do we see it if all we know around us is illusion, is darkness, is fear, problems? We have to climb. We have to climb to see it. Like if you're at the bottom of a well, well, you won't be able to see the green, the blue sky, the sun, feel the breeze against your face. You just can't. So how do we climb? How did Batman do it? Here's the truth, guys. You have already been doing it. You have already been doing it. Everyone around the entire world has been getting what I call downloads. Solar flares have been stronger than ever. Look into Solar Max. Pay attention to that. The sun is directly connected to us and our Creator, more so than you even know. So humanity's consciousness is impacted and elevated based on that as well. So as people are learning the information, as people are awakening, and since we are all connected as one, regardless if you believe it or not, it's the fact. So as few people start becoming more, as few people start believing, as few people start improving, it gets radiated to others, which means that you've been changing every single day, whether you believe it or not. Right? It might not feel that way, but things are changing. You know, like just pause for and reflect for a moment. Just think about everything that's happened this year around you. How much has really happened? Like, think about it. Like, whoa, this has changed. This has changed. Like, am I doing the same thing that I used to do even just a few weeks ago, a few months ago? I think if most people pause and reflect what's going on in their life, they'll realize that this year has been extremely impactful. A lot has happened, a lot has changed. And this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. You've been learning and acquiring all the tools that you need for this moment. Everything has been leading up to this. Every single thing has been leading up to this disclosure, to this education. You've been working out your spirit muscle. Picture this. You're in a hole. We're trapped in the prison, like what we talked about at the beginning. Even if we're not physically in one, mentally we are. Until we decide, until we choose to escape. Doesn't matter if it's hypothetical, financial, real, depression, whatever you want to call it for you. It's up to us to make the climb out of it. Yes, there is a greater climb, a greater battle that's going on right now with embracing spirituality, with understanding how the world works, destroying the illusion, completely shattering the system, disengaging with it. But how do we climb out of it? This part is the most challenging part because, as I told you just a few minutes ago, fear, insecurity, trauma, especially if your shield drops, is what creates the dark entities that drain you, that make you worse, and then to get access to everyone else around you in that room. You have to embrace the fear. Now, remember what I said about outside. I'm not telling you to run up to those people that are illusionary and be like, hey, I know you're fake. Because then you activated the event. Only acknowledge, only do it. But inside, you need to start the journey. You need to embrace it. Now, what I'm giving you, what your Creator is giving you, is a rope. A rope to escape. Some people have done the climb without one, right? But I want you to understand, you are now finally free. If you choose to, you can just grab the rope and climb out of the well. Climb out of the hole. Climb out of the prison. Whatever yours is. Whatever yours is. But you don't need the rope. You've never needed it. Think about anything you've achieved in your entire life. You did it once. You could do it again. Doesn't matter what it is. You could do it again. How did you get to this point? So many people are like, oh, well, I need money. I need a nice car. I need all this. I couldn't just start over from zero again. Why not? Time? Guess what? Out of the illusion is shattering. You're going to have all the time in the world. Every system in place is going to be completely reformed. We're rewriting the entire world. Every single thing. So now you have time. What's the rush? Now, you can make the jump. Now, you can make the jump because you know there's just simply no other way. You believe. You're tired of your entire life being fabricated and manipulated by others. Yes, you're afraid. You're scared. You're more terrified now than you've ever been. Pause. This is it.
Don't let it consume. Do not let it spawn the entity that's going to drain you of all your hopes and fears and energy, or life and energy. This is the push. It's time to rise. It's not about who you are deep down anymore, about your past. It's about what you do from now on that defines you. Choose. Choose to do good. Choose to fight for a better way. Don't forget about others. Once you escape, once you figure it out, if you did it with or without the rope, no one's going to judge you. I just want people to understand the key to make it farther than you've ever been before is to do so without. But if you need it right now, that's okay. The whole point is make it to the destination. Get to the point where you believe, where you can finally fight back, where you understand that your voice matters, that you're amazing, where you're no longer going to tolerate people abusing you, exploiting you, enslaving you. It's what you do from this point forward that will define you. It's time to fight for a better way. So, as you escape and you see the beautiful world that you never knew existed, you're like, wait a minute, we could have had this kind of world our entire life, yet I chose to be a slave since I was 16? Interesting. It's kind of frustrating, isn't it? But help other people. Everyone deserves a second chance. Everyone. Don't leave them stuck in the pit of darkness. All they see is that star that we said, that impossible to reach star in the distance. They're like, oh, there's a glimmer of light, but I can't reach it. I'm too weak. I don't know how to climb a rope. They're going to realize soon enough that they never needed it. But you see, if we hand them the rope, they're like, wait, I could climb out with this? You're like, yeah. And you know what? I'll be by your side telling you exactly how to do it if you need it. You got this, but I'm right here. Now, they look down and they're like, wait a minute. My chest feels different. A star illuminates inside them. They're like, is this love? Is this self-awareness? Is this awakening? What is this? They now believe. They're inspired. Now we know that if we can change someone's life, we're going to do it. We don't hesitate anymore. I believe in you. We're going to make a new world. We're creating it right now. It's changing. So again, why do we fall? To learn to pick ourselves back up. To create a new world. Every time we fell led to this. Get quiet. Take the leap. It's time to rise. So, it's talking about superheroes. I ask you, do you believe that anyone can be a superhero? Is it possible? Or only a select few? We each individually have our quote-unquote boss battle to overcome. It truly is fear. And now we know how fear is created. Think about who's the greatest enemy. But all those problems that are fabricated, we witness all the dark deeds around us. They really make life not as enjoyable as it could be. But what happens? What happens if each one of us had a mask? A mask that we could put on. And when we put it on, we awaken something inside of us. New power. Would you use that mask? So I want everyone to think about it like this. The battle is on a personal level. The personal one and the greater world narrative one. So what does it take for someone to finally break free? Wouldn't it be standing up against the challenge? Embracing that mask? Embracing your full power?
knowing that you can make a difference, knowing that you've always had that power. So what if I asked you, what if that mask was just a piece of paper that you put on your face? Did that mask actually change anything? Or are you still the same person, but now you just feel different? So feeling is enough to change our power. How much more are we missing out on because we just don't feel it? Let me share you a story or stories of 4 regular people who question if they could make a difference in this world. So picture this. There's an admired yet a corrupt CEO of the largest tech company. No surprise there. To him, his workers are mere tools, serving as a means to an end. They experience inhumane working conditions. They get paid a pittance. He exploits them all. And bribery is running rampant in his company. This CEO has a daughter. When she was first born, she was everything to him. But soon he got nudged by the dark spiritual forces, and all he cared about was creating the most exploitative human ranch in existence, developing phones, developing AI, because all of those are tools, noise vessels for the darkness to further influence and manipulate and brainwash and indoctrinate everyone. So he's been judged, and he was insecure his entire life. He was a nerd, he was ugly, he was fat. He finally has all the control and all the power, and now he's worshipped. His dream came true. He doesn't even remember his daughter. Like, who is she? Like, he sees her for a few minutes every day, but she doesn't even talk to him. So his daughter, she's aware of everything, though. She sees all the injustices. She sees how her father became corrupt. For the longest time, she felt like she could do nothing, like she had no hope. Her father became something that she doesn't even recognize. He's always been enough. All she ever wanted was him to be there for her. Yet all he cares about is money and maximizing shareholders' profits. You have to ask yourself why. So one day she finally says, "No more." She puts on the mask. This is a hypothetical mask. She doesn't even have a mask. She reaches out to a journalist, and she decides to reveal everything. She gathered all the documents. She had contacts in the company. But before she did that, she gathered all the evidence. She talks to her dad and tries to have a conversation with him to try to make him finally see the light. Like, why are you treating all of these foreigners? Why are you exploiting them by making them work 100 hours a week? By holding the threat that if they don't do that, you're going to fire them and they're going to lose their H-1B1 visa and have to go back home. He's like, you don't understand. And that's why you'll never be the CEO of a big tech company. This is how it has to be. She's appalled, but she goes through with it. The next day, the company is investigated by the DOJ. And that's the end. She saved the day. His own daughter brought down the empire. Scenario 2. There's a famous artist. To the media, the TV show that he makes, his internet podcast, he appears humble, honorable. Yet behind the scenes, they steal all the work from their underlings, and they claim it as their own. They're all doing the work. They are creating the paintings. He pays them not a lot, but he pays them something. But he puts his name on it, even though it's their work. No one even knows they exist. All his fellow underlings, the artists, they're struggling to make ends meet. They're sad. They're worried because he hired a supervisor to be his slave taskmaster that whips them. Not literally, but yells at them, threatens them, scares them. So
He, though, got interviewed by the news organization that is 100% corrupt and owned by the government, which is owned by the Dark One. And they ask him, tell us about your newest mansion in Cabo. You just bought your third one? This artist has an assistant. The first, it was his original co-founder. But while he is more respected and treated better than all the other underlings, he's absolutely appalled at seeing his friend become what he's become. He was so talented. He had his entire world ahead of him. And now, all he's doing is draining all these people, all their energy, all their hopes, all their dreams, all their money, and taking credit. So the assistant says, no more. Alejandro. He exposes that the artist is stealing the art of these people, his underlings. He only takes this path after trying unsuccessfully to encourage the the underlings, to put their name on the art piece, to paint it, so that he can't actually steal their credit. All of them are afraid. Keyword, fear. All of them are afraid to do so because they say, if I did that, what would happen? They would fire us. I would lose my job. And if I lose my job, I lose my healthcare. If I lose my healthcare, I can't take care of my son. If I lose my job, I don't make money. My wife will leave me. I won't be able to pay rent. I won't be able to have food. They'll shut off my water, my electricity. Do you see why we have to literally move survival necessities as a mandatory thing? It's not optional. Why do you think the system is designed in such a way that those things are not optional? Why do you think they tie healthcare to work? Why do you think rent and mortgages keep going up? Why do you think food and water cost something, and electricity, things that we need to survive currently in humanity? Why? Ask yourself that, because it forces you to engage with the illusion. It forces you to engage with the system. The system exposes information. That's the end of the artist. So an assistant saved the day. He brought down a billionaire. So we have a daughter, you have an assistant. Third scenario, gold medalist turned gymnastic coach. Openly preys on underage girls during the trainings and the coaching sessions. Everyone knows about it. Everyone knows about it. No one says anything. Hush, hush, hush. And he has a group of people that literally silence people if they try to say anything. Now, for all the girls, if they want to keep their position on the team, they have to abide by the rules of this gold medalist turned gymnastic coach. If any of the girls say anything, they lose their spot on the team. For all of these girls, these young girls, this is their dream. This is what they've been working for since the moment they were born. Their mom wanted to be a gymnast, but she couldn't do it. Like, she hurt herself. So she showed her videos. They watched the Olympics together. Like, there's so much love and passion there. And also, a lot of these girls are foreigners. So for them, they finally managed to break out of their possibilities, their limitations, and they were hoping to achieve success, to support their families back home. Now, there's one person that has seen it all, but has flown under the radar. The janitor, where the training takes place. He watches everything. He sees it. He literally has seen the horrific image of a young girl going into the gymnastic coach's office and coming back and her just looking completely terrified. The janitor puts on the mask. He records the video of what happens. Before he goes public, he approaches all the staff and he says, "Hey, I'm concerned about the safety of the girl." They threaten him. They try to silence him. They say he'll lose his job. He says, "Fuck you," and he revealed the video. That is the end of the gold medalist.
So now we have a janitor to save the day. A charismatic politician is adored. He's on the path to being elected. Yet he uses other people to do his dirty deeds for personal gain. All it takes is you just pay some, or you have your underlings throw a brick in someone's window, and then you can say that it was someone else. And you just fabricated a scenario. You manipulated the public. You owned the media. You have all the corporations in your pocket, the judges, the billionaires. So you're immune from any repercussions. You're the ultimate Dark One's commander. Now, you're not as talented as you led everyone else to believe. Doesn't mean that you don't have skill sets. Imagine what you could use your talent and skills for if you embraced the light, if you embraced love, if you embraced hope, if you embraced peace. But instead, you just let everyone else do all the work and you just claim all the credit. So there's a speechwriter. The speechwriter has witnessed everything because they're in the room. So for everyone who's looking to understand how it's done, if you have access to the dark people, you know everything. Use that. So the speechwriter has witnessed one too many assassinations because he's in the circle of influence. The politician just kills anyone who gets in his way. The speechwriter finally says, no more, and puts on the mask. So what he first tries is to begin gathering allies within the campaign, begging for peaceful resolutions. There has to be another way. Why are we resorting to killing people, assassinations, hitmen? Eventually, all of the staff is terrified. They know that if they speak up, they might be killed. So the speechwriter finally, when he's writing a speech for this politician, asks him if he's not worried about the fallout of such actions. The politician laughs. He's like, what fallout? We control everything. We control the banks. We control the media. We control the newspaper. We control the narrative. We can do whatever we want. What fallout? We make them believe whatever we want. What fallout? The speechwriter had his phone on in his pocket and was recording the entire thing. He writes him an incredible speech, and then he exposes the truth. That is the end of the politician. Do you guys see? Doesn't matter what position you have. The incredible thing about a mask is that anyone can be beneath it. It's not about your appearance. It's not about who you are. It's about what we do. The decisions we make determine who we are. And one person can make all the difference. You've heard it was a janitor, a daughter, assistant, a speechwriter. It could be you. Everything you see, everything you know, everything you could do could literally be the difference in changing this entire world and finally destroying this illusion. Yet you sit there accepting it when you have all the power. Let today be the day that we will finally fight together for what is right, creating our terms, teaching everyone that every life is equal. Will we finally put on the mask? You know, sometimes when you hear these things and you know of these things, we ask ourselves, is everything going to be all right? Especially as our reality and what we know of the world collapses before our very eyes. We are currently undergoing the tale of the phoenix, the rebirth of a star. This narrative was
in the works for so long. It was preordained. It was prophesized. Look it up if you guys don't believe in it. Just because something's prophesied doesn't mean that it can't change. So that's what I ask you. Or that's why I ask, do you believe that new realities come new challenges? And if so, how do we stay strong as we begin to fly where no one has gone before? Sometimes, when we end up in a dark place, we believe that we've been buried.
So I wanted you to take a step back and reframe that. What if we were merely planted in soil? What do we want? What do we want? Right? Think about that. We want a world of peace. We want a world of hope. We want a world where light shines bright, where there's beautiful justice, where we don't have to worry about other people backstabbing us because we all just help each other. We care about each other. Love is the law. We no longer have to be slaves to corporations. We can make our own realities. We can make our dreams come true. So I ask you then, imagine what would make us deserving of such a world, or whatever it is that you desire. Okay, so now you've imagined that. Now, picture that we do those actions daily. We become it. That is what I'm encouraging you to do. For everyone to do the great hibernation, to do a planned shelter in place, to embrace the ark, the modern day ark, to go into our castles, our homes, and stay in there as much as possible, to heal, to remember who we are, to recover, to finally eliminate our fears, our insecurities, our traumas, to help other people, and then to rediscover our passion, find our flame, and start teaching other people online everything we know, what we're passionate about, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons, video games, anime stories, whatever it is. Do so because you have knowledge, you have a skill set, you have power that everyone needs. And once we start doing it, we become it. When I first started learning all of these things, yes, I embraced it, I enjoyed it, I was held toward it, I was drawn toward it because it was my mission. I didn't even know yet. But I didn't have enough as much conviction or passion as I do now about it. I became this because I completely consumed myself in it because this is what matters to me. And once you become it, we have faith. Here's a short poem that I wrote when I was first undergoing my journey, when I was struggling to have hope. Hope. Hope is the eternal bird. It waits. It watches for its moment to be reborn from the ashes. It sings without knowing the words. It dances without understanding the moves, all to fill others with a warm embrace. What could douse this flame? Not the raging storm, nor the endless waves. How could this be? For all it could be, all it desires, is to fly free. Where is it to be found? Heard and seen wherever we roam. Could it be? It is within you and me. Dreams of new beginnings, the flames of rebirth must cope. All it asks in return. Won't you have hope? All hope asks in return. All the flames of rebirth for you to have a new beginning, for us to create a new world. All it asks is, won't you have hope? That's possible. If you say yes, I'm not asking you to say that everything is going to happen. I'm just saying you believe that we can have hope, that yes, we can start making changes. It might not happen in 1 second, but will tomorrow be better than today? That's what hope is. So if yes, you're gifted a pen. Each one of you individually is going to be gifted a pen. And this pen only works for you. Doesn't matter if someone takes it from you. It only works from you. So many choices are going to be presented in front of us from here on out. There's going to be multiple doors for you to walk through. What will you choose? How do we know if that door is the correct one? Here's how. We remember, we learn, we live and learn from our mistakes. We remember what happened when we walked through a door that looked exactly like that one. How did we get to this point in the world, this earth? How did we get here? Oh, we let capitalism, which is just makeup for slavery. We let politicians and billionaires become the influence over everything. We willingly accept a dark one enslaving us and manipulating us. We refuse to believe that there could be more to the world, that there's illusions, that there's spirits that are around us that are literally trying to help us and nudge us both positively and negatively. Because we believe the people in power who literally suppress that information intentionally, because if we know, then it no longer works on us. So that's how we got here. So if we know that, if we remember what happened, because we walked through that door last time, I ask you again, now that same door pops up again, because remember I told you, they only have very limited scripts. They're predictable. Dark is predictable. They use band-aids. They don't want to focus on big solutions. They want fast results, right? Temptation. So why would you walk through that exact same door knowing that it led to this? Are you really satisfied with this? Why can't we have more than this? I asked you, can you have a little bit of hope? A plant that always got sunlight and the exact amount of water it needed will never be king. It doesn't know the questions to ask. They got everything handed to it. You know, some people claim that stronger wind creates stronger trees. As we start taking countless blows, we start learning how to dodge those attacks. Yeah, what if we've never faced a powerful gust before? Wouldn't we be blown over at the lightest breeze? What have you overcame? I want everyone to pause and think about that. What have you overcame to reach this point right now where you're listening to this? Reflect. Be proud of your scars. We are still standing. What are our unique contributions? Remember, always be you. As we all remember, as we all unite, as we all join the dance together and start singing the song of hope, this is going to be our greatest masterpiece as humanity. Yet, because once we cross into the new world, once we cross that bridge and start a new world, building it together, well, that's going to be our greatest masterpiece. But this revolution, this uprising, this usurping of all the exploiters on top, that's going to be our greatest masterpiece yet, as we all each reclaim our narrative, remember our power, remember how amazing we are. Do not let them tell you otherwise. Keep walking. Today is the most important day by far. Every day is going to be like that. Tomorrow is the most important day, the next, after that, and so forth and so forth and so forth. We're no longer bound by rules. Now we are open to new terms. We don't have to harm other people. We don't need to exploit people to climb. But we need to use our pen and embrace the blank narrative that is in front of us. We can write what we choose to write. Be inspired. Celebrate individual interpretations. Our differences are just based on our origins. They're the key. They're the key. What make us unique. That's what lets us fly where no one has gone before. You know, everything looks different when we win the battle. If things right now around you still look grim, it means that we're in the middle of the fight. There was a dim light in the distance. You know, it was dim. There was a false hope that this was almost over. I've thought that way 20 times throughout this whole journey, at least. This is it. This time it's over. But every single time, it wasn't even the climax. And all of a sudden, the real villain to be conquered showed up. I used to think that all those little minor villains in my life were the real threat. We're fighting against a dark entity beyond our comprehension. It's here. Yet as we escalate, I need you all to take a deep breath. We prepared for this our entire life in training. Even just think about 2 months ago. How much has changed for you since then? And once you get access to this information, think about how much is going to change from the first day you listen to this or get access to this, whatever means possible. Even a week from now. Exhale. Here we go. We made it this far. We made it this far. We've survived this long, and now we know that we've been enslaved this entire time in an illusion. Nothing can stop us. The hardest part is the first step. If this is your first step right now, congratulations. It's only going to get easier. It's always the most challenging when we have the least experience and we have the most assumptions, because we have to rewire all the indoctrination, all the poison that they put in us. We have to drain it all out. But the world has entered a new era. Today, Monday, October 28th. So, what are we going to start building now that we're free to do so? Are you ready? Stand strong, united? I promise you, everything's going to be all right. This is our redemption song. Tale of the Phoenix and the Star. So, as we embrace hope and as we start healing and we retreat into our castles and implement the arc, try to survive as long as possible without spending any money. If you have to, it's okay. The whole point is every single person and every single day that no one engages with the system, the illusion is going to try everything to get you to do so. And the longer you go without doing it, it starts breaking. It starts having to do weird things. Like I told you, literally, if I go on a walk right now, it will literally manifest and spawn illusions of people of my past that are not actually, would never be able to be here. They have no idea where I am. How could literally people from all around the world show up? Like literally on my walks, people from all around the world show up. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Because you just know, like they don't even try to hide it anymore from me. But for other people, they still trick you. So just imagine that, right? Once you get to a certain point, the delusion falls apart. It just can't keep up with you. You just can't. You have more power than it. Embrace it. So let's say you finally embrace this path. There's gonna be some challenges, but make your inside of your castle a paradise. Make it a paradise. So I'm pushing everyone, encouraging everyone to embrace video games. There's so many incredible video games, music, stories, lessons to be learned. Progression is the key to everything right now. You just have to remember we have to be better, 1% every single day. And life is a game. So if we can learn game design and game theory and decision making through video games, it actually trains us for real life. Now, also you can play a video game and it's significantly cheaper entertainment. So you can get a system in a game that could last you 300 hours, and a game is anywhere from 30 to like $70. So imagine you buy one that's on sale for $30 and that lasts you 300 hours. If you went to the bar and had 2 drinks and an appetizer, you're spending 60, 70. You guys see what I'm talking about? Like, and you just talk to your friends and maybe you guys got drunk and you ended up in a fight and now you created fear, you created insecurity, you spawned a dark entity that drains people. You see, like, but now it's at home, maybe you're relaxing more, you're watching movies, you're doing things you love. Now you're learning new songs, you're learning new things, you're embracing cooking, you're finding your passion. Maybe you used to like writing stories, now you start doing that. That's how you spend most of your time. Now you're reconnecting with your family. Maybe you decide to do a new journey with your brother and you like play a new game together and you learn new experiences, you create new memories. You see, like we're spending all our time doing that. We're protected. If we're doing things with passion and we're helping each other, we're healing, we're spreading love, we have a shield around us that cannot be penetrated by darkness. And if something does happen, it's like, okay, everyone quickly get out of the room, because remember, once you spawn the dark thing in that room, it's there until you're healed. So leave, go outside, and briefly, remember, because outside is illusionary, and then you just start working on it. You maybe listen to some music, whistle, try to reset, listen to green noise, things of that nature. You just need to reset. Then you come back, put on some incense, and just start hanging out, relax. Find a few things that bring back good memories. Like for me, like I used to design video games or write stories like that when I was a child. If I look at what I used to design and create when I was a kid, I'm like, oh my god,
Yeah, oh my god, that character! Oh my goodness, you guys remember when that happened? You see, like that. And if you really that doesn't help you snap you out of it. One of the best tactics to snap out of it is to become a love writer, a novelist, basically. Just this is for you. You don't have to show it to anyone, but start writing about like your dream girl. Be like, hey, I met my dream girl, and we met at this work conference that I used to work, and we held hands, and then we ended up watching an anime series together because she likes anime, and we started talking about it, and I just realized we just spent all day together, and then it was right by the beach, and then we decided at like 2 a.m. to go on the beach and start dancing. It was amazing, and all of a sudden, like just through writing it out, you can feel the emotions, you can invoke love within you, even if it's just a dream. Love is the ultimate shield. Love is the antidote to this darkness. But anyway, so the whole point is we're trying to create a paradise, inner paradise castle, to protect ourselves so that if everyone starts disengaging with the system, no longer embracing the illusion, we start shattering it. Then by the time when we finally do all come out of our castles to cross the bridge into the new world, and now we create it together, we have so much light in us, the darkness will be expelled. Now, we're talking about healing. What if you already you're so traumatized, you're so insecure, you've been destroyed by the dark one? Remember, if that happened to you, I just want everyone to understand this. It wasn't your fault. If you have a trauma in you right now, or an insecurity, I want you to understand that it wasn't your fault. They created it intentionally. This is how easy it is to do. All you have to do is, let's say it's your first girlfriend, and they're like, oh man, this guy's driving too much. He's too much light. We need to get him down. And they know that you used to have issues with like your weight and your body dysmorphia. Even if you're not overweight, your first girl, all of a sudden, at one point, like she has more darkness in her. Why do you think they targeted you? She's gonna make a comment. She's gonna be like, hey, I just gotta say, like, I always thought I was gonna date someone that wasn't a fatty. Why can't you be more like that guy who's thin, who works out? Boom. Just like that. Now you're completely deaf. Maybe she breaks up with you because of that. Then all they have to do is send in the negative reinforcement brigade, which is all controlled and manipulated through nudges. Every time you get an intrusive thought, every time you see an ad, every time you hear something in AI or something like that is presented to you, or when you go outside, every single thing you see is a sign. They're trying to nudge you down a certain direction. And all of a sudden, these people got nudged to basically laugh at fat people. It's a group of like 5 kids that are just laughing at fatties. Like for some reason, that's what they were chosen to do that day. So they walk by and they're like, look at this guy, look at this fat ass. Oh my gosh, loser. Remember, again, normally in a normal day, if you had your shield up and your health, you would have just laughing like, shut up, you punks. Get out of here. But you just got broken up with because your girlfriend said you were fat, even though you're not. Now they reinforced it immediately, and you didn't have time to process this, heal it, or someone to talk it through with you. Boom. Just like that, insecurity created. Permanent. That's all it takes. I could create an insecurity in anything. All I need to do is pay 2 different people that you had no idea that I paid money, and I could create an insecurity. I could literally create an insecurity in anything. So if I can do it, imagine a dark one. Got it? That has access to all the information you've ever talked about. It knows everything about you. And once it knows your weaknesses, it's going to keep presenting those over and over again. That's what we talk about. Like, once you are able to reframe it and laugh at it and be like, ha! But it's hilarious because you literally think, like, how would they know that? How would they know that I'm afraid of that? How do they know that, like, I used to be scared of, like, those things? So think about it. Like, if things keep presenting themselves, people used to say, oh, it's because the world is trying to help you overcome it. I promise you, light will encourage you to overcome it, but not like that. Not like that. They are helpful. They love you. They want the best for you. So let's say you're damaged, right? Or let's say, I don't want to, this is not going to happen to people, but it's just play along in this hypothetical scenario. Something broke into our castle and stole everything except one thing, a device that magically plays our favorite music. What could that be? The challenge. We must restart on a deserted island. So because we lost everything in our castle, you get teleported to a deserted island. You can choose your closest loved ones. So, for example, like if you live with your dog and your brother or something like that, go for it. Or if you live with your girl, go for it. Or if you want to go alone, go for it. Now, I ask you, if that was the situation, could you rebuild on a deserted island? Don't worry about the food or water, right? Let's say that's covered. But all you had is music. Could you rebuild? Easier said than done, right? When we lose everything, restarting is daunting. Because you've already been here. Do you feel like things only feel rewarding if we achieve more than we have before? What if we come to the realization that it's only the beginning? Would that change our outlook of truly succeeding? If you realize we have more time than we thought. Think about it like this. The first chapter of the book is open. How's the first 20 minutes of a 3-hour movie? How's the intro segment of the video game? The title screen just flashed in front of you. You're like, wait, what? That was the end of the crazy episode 3. Now that changed everything. That's where we're at right now, guys. Like literally. But if that happened to you, like where you lost everything, I want everyone to understand. Literally, that was just the first chapter of the book. You're like, wait, what? 33 years of my life was only the first chapter. Yep. That was only the 3-hour intro of the video game. That was the first 20 minutes of the movie. We got 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, guys. But things look so grim. What's going to happen next? Now we need to keep watching. We're hooked. Think about it like this for Earth, the world. Yeah, we've been enslaved. But this is only the beginning, guys. This is only the first chapter of Earth's story up till now. And now, boom, everything changes. This moment, what's happening right now as we speak, it's the end of the intro. Humanity's history and the era completely changes starting now. This is the point where everything changes. You're literally are participating, living in the most impactful era in humanity's history. Truly. Reaching the point where the illusion is shattering, where the Dark One is no longer going to have full control, and where we're finally embracing the spiritual world. And both worlds are going to merge, the physical and spiritual, and we're going to elevate humanity's consciousness. It's going to be called what's an ascension, essentially. So, now that we know that we can create this next part, we have the pen, we're writing it, we make it. Imagine you can make your own movie, your own book, your own game, your own song. You're the hero, you're the main character. And we're all these main characters in this overall story. So I ask you, what are some of the most interesting parts of stories? The fall, we talked about, the background that caused the events, the Dark One. Then how did the hero climb back up after losing it all, right? That's what's happening. And now they get to defeat their personal villain and also the world villain. But then we see more. We realize the truth of the real grand battle. We're getting dragged into it, all of you. We're all getting dragged into it because now we believe. Yes, it's been an arduous journey. You know, there's been lots of friends, there's been lots of loved ones that we've met along the way. So many unexpected encounters, so many events. Now you know what an event is. And all in search, we're finding a way to save our quote-unquote world. You know, for most people, their world is literally like maybe their work and their 4 girlfriends from high school. And that's fine. But now, all of you are part of the big world narrative. But these moments, these paths, these daily paths that we get to choose, you know, these all have hardened us. We've gained experience, we've gained wisdom, we've leveled up. And now you're getting trained to become a star. You're joining the Order of the Stars. You're truly becoming a soldier, a warrior of light, to understand exactly how things work. Now, you're prepared. Now, you can face and conquer the ultimate darkness. It's all culminated and all built up to this very moment. This epic final battle. The hero prevails! He's reunited with the girl. He saves the kid. He gets the medal despite all the odds. Let's celebrate! Roll the credits. You guys see? Yes. It's kind of scary to think about our life as a story, as a movie, as a book, as a game, as whatever you want to call it. But that's what's happening here, whether you like it or not. There's a reason why stories are written the way they are. This is the final battle. Even though it's the intro. The intro just ended, right? This is the final battle of the intro. This is it. We're creating now the next chapter in a book. Does knowing it's only the beginning of a new era excite us or terrify us? Do we see the possibilities or do we see the obstacles? We can all make our dreams come true. All of us. What's stopping us? Yes, we know that there's a dark one enslaving us and stopping us in some ways, but why? Why will you allow? Now that you know about it, why would you allow it? If you know, don't accept. If you know, don't accept. That's the way it always has been. So what? We don't change. Not with that attitude. All of that changes today. Why allow things to stop you? If we each individually decided to be better daily, if we all had a collective agreement to walk in that direction, what would happen? We just keep walking, progression. Every day we made it farther. Yes, at the end of the day, we're tired. We set up camp. We rest. We recover. Why won't we do that? Why not? We're all the main character. If you don't believe it, make it so. Why won't your world look beautiful, filled with smiles, filled with love, filled with happiness, and thriving? You're like, the world isn't like that. It's because you allow it to not be like that. The moment you say no more, the moment you start fighting for a better world, the moment you start joining me in this creation, your entire world changes. You know, some people give you time, but when we have nothing, we realize how much we can actually offer. We realize how free we are. Like, well, no one's telling me to do anything. Now that you understand the spiritual side of things, you understand that you're getting nudged, right? So pay attention to that. But you're free. Humanity is finally free. Thus begins our next chapter. We can change the entire world story to a positive one, a peaceful one, a helpful one of healing and love, one of understanding and not exploitation. We can toss the old rules. We can create the new terms. We each individually have to do so. That's why we're doing the Great Hibernation. That's what the ARC method is all about. We each individually are going to do so, and then we're going to congregate. And we're all going to be healing each other from the safety of our castle. That's just how humanity works. We are one. We're no longer going to tolerate the old reality. We're raising our standards. We're literally, picture this. We are building a pyramid. And we're going to be communing with the spirits, the cosmos. We're building this pyramid without any slavery. It's our future. Ours. It's time to find that flame deep down inside of you. Together, they can't stop us. They can't. So, have we truly lost everything? For some reason, the path has never seemed so clear before in my life. What do you guys think? Are you ready to rebuild your castle on that empty island? I see love and I hear music. You hear that? Is that the people singing? A song of hope? What's that? Deliverance? I know my answer. What is yours? All right. We're just going to take a really brief break, and then we're going to talk about would your behavior change if this were all an illusion. This is the story of the illusion. Oh gosh, I had the short break on this entire time. Oops. It's okay.
Okay, that was a much, much, much longer break than I thought I would take. But there's a reason for that. And it's going to actually be part of the content, because that's what we do. Every lesson, every situation immediately becomes part of the content. All right. Here goes nothing. 3, 2, 1. What's the first thing that comes to mind when I ask you, does choice exist? What if I asked you, do you think you're in control of every single one of your actions? What do you think the majority of people would say? What do you think the majority of people would reply if I said that the majority of you are actually fully under the spell of something that's controlling every single decision that you're making? Do you think people would be happy about that? Do you think people would smile? Do you think people would laugh? Would they cry? Why do you think that? Why would they react that way? Would they get mad at me? Would they say that I'm the problem? Would they say there's something wrong with me? Would they say I'm a delusional? Or would they actually pause, reflect, and think about the question? Or would they just react? What if I told you that if you reacted to me with whatever I said and you couldn't pause and reflect, it means that you are under the control of something? What if I told you that every single thing, every single situation in our life, right now, if you can't pause, if you literally cannot hit pause, think of it like if you're listening to music right now, and you can't hit pause, it means you're under the spell of a higher entity. When are we going to say, that's bullshit? How is this fair? How is this okay? Why are we satisfied with living that way? You're like, but I'm not. I'm fully in control. What if you can convince someone that they are fully in control, yet they're not? You know, if you can successfully manage that, they don't question anything. For all those people who say that never would happen to them, it happened to me. And yet I spend every single day on self-improvement, on self-awareness, on studying this. I'm trying to understand this. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm aware of so much. You know everything I'm talking about, and I'm not even close to being finished. So how do you have the audacity to say that it could never happen to you, yet it happened to me? It happened to so many people. What is special about you that makes you immune? Because if so, please tell everyone. Tell everyone. Tell the world what you are managing, what you're doing. Or could it be that you're its ultimate puppet? I mean, that's a question that I struggled with daily for the longest time. Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand how scary this game is that we are currently operating and living in? Every single day, every single thought. What if I told you that literally every single thought that's just randomly pushed into your head is a nudge from a light or a dark force? you all of a sudden start whistling a song. I just got nudged, by the way, by the light. Bare necessities. Encourage people. Keep it to the bare necessities. And myself. Don't get lost in the details. You see, like, that's how we communicate. They know I'm aware of it. I tell you all this background just to start opening the door a little bit. Start making people realize that, wait a minute. So let's start asking some questions. If something comes into your head right now, whatever it is, do you just blurt it out? I still remember a conversation I had with my wife and her friends, and we were talking about that because one of our friends said something really weird, like, in my opinion. Like, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, sometimes someone says something that literally just, like, completely deflates the room. Everyone's just like, oh, and by the way, be careful, because sometimes those deflations are intentional, right? Pay attention to this. They actually, you said it because you didn't get controlled. You aren't being manipulated. You just think freely, and you were like, wait a minute, does anyone else think that it's really weird that our boss is constantly in his office with the 21-year-old intern, even though she's not part of his staff? Anyone else think that's kind of weird? And then all of a sudden, like, everyone gets mad at you. Everything's, like, so their reaction is because you weren't supposed to say anything. You said something that went off script. Think of it like we're actors and video game characters in a script. And imagine if all of a sudden the actor in a movie that is already a finished product, all of a sudden looks at the screen and looks at you, like, yo, I don't want to do this movie today. I'm not doing it today. Nope. Indiana Jones is like, frick the Ark of the Covenant. I'm not saving it. I'm not running from a boulder today. I'm tired. I'm not doing it. That's what's happening. So pay attention. When things deflate like that, you're onto something. You're onto something. You said something that you weren't supposed to say. You broke the script. You changed the pattern. Now they have to rewrite things. And they don't like rewriting things. They're lazy. The dark designers are freaking lazy. So if something comes into your head, can you resist? Can you literally resist saying it? Because I remember I had that conversation. She just literally, like, her friend just insulted me, her. And I was just like, hey, what are you, like, we're here seeing you. What are you doing? And, it just makes sense. Like, when you let someone into your house, for example, all of a sudden you bring in, like, when things are too good, they don't like that. When things are too good, they don't like that. Like, you're breaking the script. It was supposed to go poorly. Things were supposed to be bad. Yet all of a sudden you are bypassing the script. So if you let people in, now there's an opportunity for problems to arise, because now think of it like I earlier said that everyone has a game designer, but think of it like everyone has a light and dark force attached to them. And now they can add these extra nudges to you. And if they're like, shit, this guy's doing way too well right now, we need to shut him down. We need to cause problems in his life. So literally out of nowhere, like, these problems are going to start. Like, literally you invite like two friends over and they're going to start doing weird stuff to cause problems. And you don't understand why it happened. You're like, you never were like this before. They were never like this before. Like, why are you causing this right now? Everything was good. That would make sense. Fucking shit. That's just me recontextualizing something. We'll talk more about that another time. Or even later today. I'm just going to keep going. I need to just keep going. Everything needs to be exposed today. Everything needs to be exposed today. Yo, Alejandro. Yes. Could you do me a huge favor, brother? Yeah. Could you make me a cup of coffee, please? We're going all night. It's over. We're exposing everything. It's over. You failed, Dark One. You're going down. I fucking know every single one of your tricks now. It's over. So they know who's doing too well. You're not meant to be thriving like that. Like, let's say you and your girlfriend, you guys weren't supposed to heal her traumas. She wasn't supposed to heal yours. You guys were supposed to get into fights, have problems. So if things are going too well, they're like, shit, we need to, you know what? Let's try to get a friend. Friends, they don't let anyone into their castle because he knows that if you let anyone into your castle, you let in problems. So now, well, let's start causing some problems. All of a sudden, someone's gonna be like, hey, we never got to see your place. Could you show us your place? And you're like, sure, actually, we haven't really had people over. Let's do it. And then problems start arising. Some people might call them smoke and mirrors. But it's just, truly, you might have had an incredible friendship and relationship with your girl and your friends, and then all of a sudden, like, they might start flirting with her in front of you. She might like insult them. You guys get into, you see, like, everyone was great before, but all of a sudden this event happened, and once you have alcohol in the system, the shield goes down. Now they can nudge them to do bad things. They can literally cause conflict and drama and separation just like that. So the reason why I ask you, can you resist, is because the majority of people that I've talked to, and when I talk to like these people that cause these situations, I'm like, why did you do that? Like, why did you say that? Why did you just insult X person? And they're like, I don't know, it just came to mind. If it comes to mind, that means that you just literally got nudged by one of the dark forces or light forces. Doesn't mean it's always a bad thing, right? And that's the hard part. You have to have discernment. But if it just came to mind, that's literally a nudge. Think of it like someone put something in front of you, like right now I'm staring at the screen, and right now someone put a pen in front of me. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. But you have to be prepared. Can you resist it? Sometimes it's worth it. Even if the thing is, you have to pause. You literally have to pause. You have to take a step back. You have to take a step back and be like, holy moly, I just feel like talking about a pen all of a sudden. You're like, should I? That's actually a really good idea. Wait, but I now know that you know what? It doesn't matter. So like, I'm not telling you have to rebel against every single decision. That's not what I'm saying. And sometimes using the dark as a dark motivation and then turning it into a light action is the secret to moving on in life and progressing and becoming the best version of yourself. But if you can't discern and pause and critically think about it, be like, wait a minute. Okay, I know that I just got nudged. I know they tried to influence me for the good or for bad. What am I going to do about that? So I call it this. There's a simulation theory where if you can pause. So like right now, I feel like talking about this topic. Okay, if I do this, let's call it, if I do A, outcome X happens. Okay, so you think about that. I'm like, okay, if I tell my brother right now that he's an asshole, he's probably gonna get mad. Okay, so that's option one. Option two, I tell my brother, hey, thank you, dude. You're an awesome brother. I appreciate you making me coffee. What's gonna happen? He's probably gonna be like, wow, man, that feels good. I appreciate you. Thank you. Or I'm like, bro, you're really a good brother. This is option C. You're a really good brother. Thank you so much for making coffee. I know you were busy. You did something, but sometimes I gotta say, sometimes you can be kind of an asshole, but it suits you. Like now you combine maybe both, or you just mixed it up. You see, like now a new outcome is gonna happen. Maybe he's gonna be like, hey, maybe I should embrace my dark side a little bit more. Maybe I should show my asshole side a little bit. But hey, I'm also good deep down. You see, like that's the power of pausing and simulating outcomes. But now when you start doing that, you can take each nudge and calculate it for yourself. You're like, well, they're encouraging me to drink water right now. Should I? But also, they're encouraging me to go to the bathroom right now. Should I? Yes, all these things happen, by the way. Well, how about this? What if I grab water, bring it to the bathroom? Like you have to make it your own. You have to be able to pause and reflect. Okay? So the question I would say that everyone needs to think about is, why do I feel the need to do this? Why do I feel the need to change the plan? Why? What made you feel that way? First of all, that's the first step. And then ask yourself, should I actually do it? What are the benefits? What are the outcomes? And yes, at the beginning, this is going to slow down conversation for you dramatically. This is going to pause things. This is going to make things much more, let's just call it broken, right? Because I'm going to say something and then you're going to be like, wait a minute, I feel like saying this, but I also feel like saying this. Okay. But that's why it's so critical to reach a state of flow. That's why it's so critical to reach a state of flow, because once you reach the state of flow, I don't want to say you're immune. I'm still studying this part, but you are significantly more resistant to the nudges because you just do. You don't think, you don't question. It's almost like you have a little shield around your head, and they might try, but it might come in and then just like it's different. The state of flow is the key. It's the secret to it's the answer. It's the answer. But at the beginning, I would actually recommend just slowing down. Just slow down. Don't rush. Don't just answer. Don't react. You need to pause. Because to give an example, the reason why I took such a long break from my last recording to this one is I was going to take a little bit different approach. I was going to talk about the story of delusion. And then I got nudged positively to talk about the proof of choice, which is probably one of my most, if not my most passionate topic about all of this. It's truly like, I truly believe that we do have choice, but it's been completely bypassed by the darkness by creating this design of the game where 99% of people actually have completely lost their free will and they don't even realize it. And they're made to believe, and they're indoctrinated to believe that not only do they still have it, but they don't understand what's happening. So truly, they don't even question it. And if you bring up anything, they've been indoctrinated to believe that that person's insane. So they shut up the people that are trying to help them and defend them. So think about that. It's like the cattle who are being put to slaughter in the slaughterhouse. Like they're about to enter the slaughterhouse, and someone's like, "Don't go, you're gonna die." And they're like, "You're fucking weird. Why do you want to? You have mental health issues, dude. Like, this is what the cool cattle do, right? Like, once they're here, they're saved, and they die." And you just shake your head. You're like, "Oh man, I'm screaming from the top of the mountains. Don't do it. Don't do it. Wake up. Wake up." Do you want to be a cattle that's slaughtered every day for the rest of your life? Then keep it up. But I don't know about you, but I have enough. I have enough. You know, like, the worst part about it is that dark learns just like light understands you, but dark doesn't fully understand you. There's a benefit to that, which is why you can catch it once you realize what the game is. So they might know now that if you show literally a super dark negative thing at me, I'm just gonna be like, okay, nice try, motherfuckers. Pardon my language. Nice try. And it just rolls off your shoulders. But what if they could nudge you through a hint of positivity from the people around you? Because they can't get to you anymore. Especially when you found your flame and you're doing the thing you're most passionate about. You're shielded. You're protected from it. They can't get in anymore. So they're like, how can we stop him? Oh, well, maybe through a friend or a family member. And all of a sudden they're going to start telling a story, and you're like, hey, why are you telling me this story? Like, you were on your phone. Like, I suggested something positive, because once you understand the game that they play, the spiritual entities, you can apply their same tactics. Because the truth is, you can override them. You can essentially be them. So some people might call them gods, angels, higher entities. Yeah, well, once you understand the way they play the game, you can do the same thing. So that means you have exactly the same power that they do. Think about that, guys. See why we can take over the world and create it for ourselves? We don't have to play their game anymore. Got it? You're going down. You don't have a chance. So, all of a sudden you start telling this story that it's like, okay, well, I don't want to, and then, you've been indoctrinated. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing, right? But I shouldn't interrupt people. I should listen. I should understand. I should be a good friend or brother and ask questions. And yes, right? Like, I encourage all those things, good conversational habits. But so now you're like, I was about to start recording, but okay, I don't know why you have to talk to me right now about this, but that's fine. It's cool. Let's improve our relationship. You start listening, and they know that someone like you've heard me talk about this, talks about it, pay attention to underlying lessons, not the superficial. So I'm just like listening to this story, and I'm just like, because again, I now know that since 99% of people don't realize that they're being nudged, whatever they're saying to you, if you're aware of it, you now know. You're like, okay, this is something. Like, this is either some kind of light or dark nudge. Okay? It really does change how you see the world. I'm sorry in advance for everyone that wants you to realize this. It's going to be hard. But once you get over the hump, once you cross over the hill, and you finally understand it, and you can finally control it, it's exciting. It's a beautiful connection. And we'll get to that, talking about the spiritual connection. But truly, I'm just like, it was basically, he was encouraging me to take a break. That would be the underlying lesson through the words he was saying, not necessarily through the exact story. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, I already did a lot, for sure. But I wanted to do more. Like, I had grandiose plans today, and that was my initial intentions. And, I believe that it doesn't matter now what happens. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. This is my mission. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I chose. This is the path that I'm going to walk. And a new world is being created. And everything that I'm telling you today, right now in this section of proof of choice, from starting today, October 28th, Monday, October 28th, or if it's already now, Tuesday, October 29th, 2024, where you live, all of these things will cease to be reality. The world will be completely different. It will no longer operate under these rules. We'll be finally free from the dark one and its influences and its nudges. But I want people to understand that I'm just like, wait a minute. Should I take a break? Should I? And I was I was ready to go. And also during the break, like, all of a sudden it was like, well, maybe you should talk about this, and maybe you should talk about this too. And I'm like, well, those are really good ideas. Some of them were, some of them weren't. Like, you need to be able to pause and actually self-reflect and be like, wait a minute. Okay, I know and I recognize that this was a nudge. First of all, was it light or dark? Could be both. Let's think about it. What is it saying? What is it encouraging me to do? Why is it saying that? Do you guys understand? Like, this is so freaking serious, but it instilled doubt in me. It made me question things. On paper, it was harmless, positive. It's like just a friend or a brother reconnecting. But they knew. Imagine that. They tried to make me stop through a positive person around me, through a positive message around me, just sharing a story like, hey, just sharing something I found. Do you guys see how messed up the world we currently live in is? If that's not motivation, if that's not reason enough for you to finally say, no more. I'm tired of this. I'm so fed up with this bullshit. Like, why do we have to live and operate that way? Think about that. And then so many people will then literally gaslight themselves, brainwash themselves to think that it's them. Like, you ask them, I'm like, why did you say that? Why did you do that? Like, would you feel comfortable? Like, you just shared what you were looking at on your phone. Cool, that's fine. Would you have done that if you were looking at girls in bikinis? I'm like, sure, show that to me. Would you? No? Why not? For me, it's exactly the same. What you just shared right now was equivalent to me as like girls in bikinis. I'm like, ask you, why wouldn't you share that with me? Why would you share one but not the other? Oh, because the other one I would enjoy and be like, okay, yeah, let's see. Oh, look at that. Oh, and this one is like, it made me doubt. You see, like, do you guys understand? Like, they didn't want him to share something that I could potentially enjoy or it would cause me like, oh, that's really cool. They wanted him to share something that, even though it was a positive thing supposedly, right? It would cause me doubt. And he's like, well, I wanted to. And I'm like, did you? You have to like pause and reflect on that. Like, why do you actually do something? Why did you do that? I didn't ask for someone to share something. They volunteered it. They felt the need to. They felt compelled to. And until you get a handle on it and you can do that by yourself, like truly, like I see someone and I'm like, ooh, I know they're struggling. Like, I will know exactly what to suggest. Basically, I have become them now. I know exactly how to play their game and I play it. Got it? Who cares, right? Fight fire with fire. Let's go. You're going down. Once you understand it, you can defend yourself. So think of the Dark One as the all-knowing, the all-father, whatever name you want to put. Ganon, Genova. It's a master of illusions. And we're going to talk about this truly like in depth here in a second, but I just want people to think. These are just questions to make you think as we go over these topics. What happens? So think that there is a dark entity that has this kind of power, right? Now, how does it execute it, right? It needs vessels to make it happen. It can, and it has the power to do so, especially if there's darkness in the room, to just put thoughts into your head. By the way, when you're asleep during REM, it can place things in front of your head. If you close your eyes right now and you're getting like a massage, a temple massage, like something like that, things that pop into your head, those are the nudges from the spiritual entities, straight up. Okay, you can train yourself and develop yourself to essentially resist this level of mind control, this level of brainwashing, where you can get to a silent, you can block it up, get out of my head. You can do that. It's 100% possible. But think about that. Again, I ask, why do we want to continue existing in a reality, in a world that we have to do that? Why? So what happens when you refuse an order from the illusionary master? You're his servant. You were chosen. You climbed the ladder of an exploitative corporation. You were chosen. Straight up, by the way. They chose you. You thought you got there on your own merit? Partially. Not entirely. You were chosen. They know what you're capable of. They know what you can achieve. And they nudged you along. Think about your backstory. Think about all the events that led you to that moment. You were chosen. They knew that you were hurt as a little kid. You were fat. You were insecure. You got called ugly. You never had money. Perfect. This guy's going to be the perfect recipe to be our pawn. It's a joke. Literally. It's a frickin' joke. So what happens, though, if you finally say enough? What happens if you finally say, I'm no longer serving you? Well, you get punished. They try to kill you. They try to torture you. They try to harm you. They try to create smear campaigns against you. When you finally understand, when you finally open your eyes, when the fog is cleared, when you're finally awake, now you no longer see the world the way they taught you the world works. Now you just see it for what it is. It's truly like if the curtain, think of it like in a Broadway play, like the curtain just is open and you can see the actors in the back changing and setting up not the furniture, the decorations. You literally see them doing it all. Normally you see it, you can't see that part. They do it behind the scenes. Once you actually understand this, you can see that. You basically literally see them constantly just building the houses. You see the construction workers everywhere. That's all you see. You see the code. You wake up to it. Think of it like you're listening to a song, a piece of music, and you can see every note while it's playing. It's just there. You see them like, oh, that's how they made it. Think about that. That's the world that you would live in. So now you understand everything. So if you understand, like, wow, they literally fabricated, manipulated all these events to lead me to this point. Wow, you mean the reason why I had that great fight with that person was because... You gotta be freaking kidding me. Are you serious? Do you guys understand? We're being enslaved. And once you realize that and you say no more, what happens? You finally broke the mask of control. If you put on that mask, you'd have had ultimate power. You could have got anything you wanted. So they say, and they'll give you some stuff, but to a certain extent, and there's always a caveat attached to it. It's like, well, you'll get this, but at this cost. And you might not know at that this cost. You'll only realize it after it's too late. What is it going to take for you to finally not be a slave anymore? All of you guys have such ego, such pride, such stubbornness. Do you think you're all that? And you're so talented, yet you can't see that you're literally just its puppet. At the beginning of this journey, I was heading down the path of becoming its puppet. Truly, I talked about this yesterday, but all of a sudden they were offering me like $500K jobs, going on becoming a board member at big companies. I'm just like, whoa, like I could rule the world. Like they were giving me the world, truly. Why do you think they were giving that to me? Because I earned it? Sure, maybe. Would it shut me up? Would it stop my mission? Yep. Would I go back to being an exploitative salesman? No, I can't. I would have got that job. It's been like, it's the same shit all over again. We're just scamming customers. We're just taking their energy. We're just ruining lives. And the process would repeat it all over again. Once you know, you just can't accept. You just can't go back. The illusion is going to break. The illusion is breaking tonight. It's over. It's over. It's finally over. This doesn't mean that we won the battle, but we've got a long journey ahead of us, my friends. But think about it. You finally say no more. And what are they going to use against you? What are they going to use against you? Anything that's a vulnerability. What's a vulnerability? You're going to discover very quickly what's a vulnerability. You're going to discover very quickly what's a vulnerability. So, for example, it could be literally your dog. They know that they can get to you through that. So what are they going to try to do? You, like right now, I'm recording and let's say I reach a state of flow. There it is. You guys heard it? You heard it? My dog shook. Boom. Interrupt the flow. Hey, all of a sudden he's going to start barking. All of a sudden he's going to want to go outside. He's going to come up to me and start whining like, please pet me, play with me, give me food. You're like, what? It's just your dog. What? Pay attention. What if I just played with him? What if I just fed him? What if I just gave him a snack? What if I just took him out? What if he just went on a run? You don't know any of that information and you judged me preemptively? Huh? Interesting, huh? You see? It's all calculated. It's all planned. And the sooner you can finally just understand that that's how this game works, the sooner you can protect yourself. When are you going to finally wake up to what's going on? So let's say, it could be your child. It could be your girlfriend. It could be a friend. It could be whatever. Like, you need to eliminate attachment. We need to eliminate attachment. We need to get to a point where they can hold nothing on you. Nothing. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they do. You can just keep marching forward and you will never stop until they're destroyed 100%. Until this world is liberated, until this world is free. They can do anything. It won't stop me. It won't stop you. And once we all get to that point, what can they do? The illusion just breaks, because then you realize that actually 9 out of 10, actually, let's just say it, everything outside is an illusion, a script that they ran. And once you understand the game, I will reveal more in the coming days about this part. You can bypass every single one of the things that they create. Thank you. Yo, can you grab this tea bag for me, please? I'm not going to drink from this mug. Every single thing, every single decision, every single choice that someone makes, if they're not aware of why they made it, was a nudge, a negative nudge, a positive nudge. There's a choice in everything, right? Like, right now my brother brought me a mug. I'm just like, that's the wrong mug. I know exactly what's happening, and I don't want to participate in that. But thank you, bro, for the coffee. Do you guys understand the game that's being played? The sooner you finally catch it is the moment you can finally defend yourself. So here's the thing. What if you start opening up everyone's eyes around you and yourself? What if everyone starts saying no more? And it starts with the physical things around you, right? So it starts with your boss. It starts with calling them out. It starts with being like, I see what's happening here. And then you start catching it in yourself, the spiritual thing that's that's happening, the nudges, the influences, the ads, the signs outside, everything. Now, if people start saying no, they can't hide in the shadows. Illusions break when people say no. Because what happens, right? Like, let's say I finally say no to my abusive sales boss. And every sales boss I've ever had became that, right? And you finally say no. But you do so in an environment in public, or you have some people hidden in the shadows that will come out and catch it. They don't know. So, we don't have to fight fair against these guys. And all of a sudden, you're like, hey, I just want to say that I think it's really unethical that not only did you take half of my commissions illegally, but we charged this customer more than our list price, and we lied to them saying that they got a discount. And all of a sudden they go freaking ballistic on you. But then right then you're like, okay, well, I don't know, guys, what? And the boss is like, what? Why you say guys? And like 6 people come out from the shadows or behind the bush, and they're like, oh, we heard all of that, boss. What the frick? And now your boss, what is he gonna do? Well, you don't understand. Like, it's just the star diplomat he's the problem. Like, you guys, come on. Like, you don't understand. I didn't mean to stab him with the spear right now. He fell into it. Like, it was an accident. Come on, guys. Like, what the heck? Now people see the truth. Don't fall for it. And once other people see it, it breaks. Now a chain reaction happens. More people can do this. If you can get them to show their true color, they're exposed. Bait them. Bait them. Don't give them a chance to hide. Don't give them a chance to recover. Relentless attacks, nonstop. But we're doing it out of love, dark motivation. We're doing it out of love because we know what they are. We know who they are. We know who they're serving. It's time to bring them all down. But this time, we're not killing anyone. We're not spilling blood. We're doing it out of love. We're just trying to wake up everyone else. That's the light action. The dark motivation is we're bringing them down. But how we're doing it, we just want everyone to see. So yes, you're exposing yourself to these dangers, but once people are aware, wait, that's the boss that I loved? Wait, my girlfriend is abusive, but no one believed me, so then you plan it out exactly so that you fall into the trap. Yeah, we can fuck them over too. It's time to fight fire with fire. But we're doing it with love. We're doing it with love. Proof of choice. Just changing the song. Let's try this one. So we've already covered a lot of this stuff, so I'm going to go pretty fast through this part. As you can tell, I get very passionate about this. Proof of choice. Does choice exist? How did you know what you know? What would you say? Gosh, I'm in the wrong spot. We choose our new world. We will decide how our new world looks like. You and I. And we can't do that if we don't pause. Now, did you understand that the whole game is you need to train yourself to be able to resist? You have to. You have to. It's not negotiable. It's not optional. You have to learn how to resist and make a choice. And you can practice. You can practice. Here's an easy way to practice. On YouTube, go to YouTube, or anything that has an algorithm, or anything that, like Spotify, whatever you use to listen to music, and see what's suggested to you. Those suggestions are nudges by both the light and the dark. It tends to be once you get it under control, and if you're in a good spot, it's going to be primarily light. But just be aware that there might be a few dark suggestions in there. And you might even not understand why it's dark. You're like, how can music be dark? But think about the themes, like, let's say you're going through a breakup and you're hurt and you're sad, but finally you got into a better spot and you're listening to more like upbeat music and you believe again, but then all of a sudden there's a song that literally reminds you of them, and you're like, and maybe it's a good check-in for you, but you see what I mean? Like, pay attention to that. But let's say there's all these suggestions, and they're going to be really good suggestions. I mean it. Can you search? So now you hit the search. And then when you hit search, there's going to be 10 more suggestions that pop up there. And most of them are going to be really good. And they're also going to show you things that you've already searched. They can also populate the search, by the way. If they know, they can literally rewrite the searches and the suggested stuff. They can literally show you things there. They can seriously show you anything they want there. So think about that. We talked a lot about the power of suggestion, and that's what I use all the time now, but that's what's happening. So if they're all of a sudden, I'm like, well, we have mugs, we have cables, we have games, we have Ocarina of Time, Zelda, Final Fantasy. You're like, all of a sudden you're like, okay, Tales of Series, RPGs, we have Star Wars, we have Lord of the Rings. You're like, oh my, yeah, the Star Wars is a really good idea. Can you pause then? Because you see, like, just through, even if it wasn't a direct nudge, like, hey, this is the suggested video, can you actually stop and be like, ooh, Star Wars, yeah, I gotta listen to more Star Wars again. But instead of doing it right then, can you pause and be like, well, let's see, what do I want to listen to? Oh, that one Zelda game. No, not that one. What's that one game from a child? Think about something from my childhood that, like, basically you're throwing them off because you're like just desperately trying to think of something. And every time they might, if you're thinking about it, they're gonna be like, oh, well, let's put this one in front of him. You're like, nope, not that one. Nope. It's just like little breadcrumbs. And it's getting to the point where you can control it. Once you can control it, you're not fully immune. I want people to understand, like, full immunity, I'm getting close, but I'm not immune. And gosh, it bothers me to say that. It really does. Because I've been training every single day for the past few months, and I'm still not immune. I just want people to understand it's not going to happen overnight. You're not going to get it 100% perfect, and that's okay. Just once you become aware of it, don't get too much into your head, right? Because then that defeats the whole purpose. But it's training, right? But you can also weaponize it, right? What if we started weaponizing it? What if we use it as inspiration? You're like, ooh, yeah, Star Wars. I used to play a Star Wars video game, and it reminded me of, you see, now you all of a sudden use it as a memory. You're not actually going to do their suggestion, use it as a nudge for something else. Be like, dude, yo, bro, do you remember when we used to play Knights of the Old Republic? And do you remember Revan? Oh, and also Dash Rendar from Shadows of the Empire. And when we used to play Nintendo 64, and you remember how much fun that was? And then, you start going down like a memory train. Remember what he said about memories? Like, you can boost your memories up and up and up in the memory totem. And then all of a sudden, those are the things that are primarily there. And it's like, yes, now you're more positive. And Dark's like, fuck, no, that's not what we wanted. You see how, like, you can flip everything. That's the defense versus the dark, right? And then now you're also then understanding light. It's just, you're making it your own. Even though they're nudging you, doesn't mean that you don't get to the point where you just necessarily rebel against every single suggestion. That's not what I'm saying. Maybe at first it's good practice. If you do that, and I talk about it more another point here, but I'm going to get ahead of myself like I always do. It just shows that I know what I'm talking about. Your light spiritual guide, the higher entity, once you awaken, or whatever you want to call it, your god, your goddess, you define it. Let them know. Let them know you're training. Let them know what your intentions are. Let them know that you're like, hey, now I understand. Now I see. Today, I'm going to not listen to you. I'm going to resist your nudges. I know that you have really good suggestions. You get me. You're awesome. You're amazing. But I'm going to resist them. Or, could you help me out? Could you help me out today? Like, I need help here. I need you to push me, because I'm trying to learn how to resist this, so that when the dark stuff do come through, because we've talked about it a lot, it's like a bubblegum machine. And if you're primarily light versus dark, you're going to get more light influences. It's easier for them to help you. Right? Just think of it like there's 8 pieces of gum in the machine that you like, and now there's 2 pieces of gum that you hate, because you have 20% dark, 80% light. You put in a coin, one comes out. And that's the nudge that you get that's put in your head, or that you see on an ad, or Amazon Alexa, or if you go on the Amazon app itself, like the suggestions, all those things, yes, they literally control and influence all those things. So that's why you think technology is pushed so hard. It gets to a point where you literally can communicate with them and get them to understand what you're doing, and they are going to cheer you on. That's the difference between light and dark. They're going to encourage you. They're going to support you. They're going to be happy for you that you are able to do this. And sometimes, yes, they will be disappointed with you. It just like you get disappointed in your child or your dog or something. If they do a bad behavior or make a bad choice, you're like, but they'll understand. And that's the difference. They're not going to be mad at you for long, if at all. They're filled with love. They're filled with hope. They're filled with peace. They're filled with hope for a better future. And that's the difference between them. And if they know that you're trying to train, and like right now, they're like, hey, you said you wanted to work out more and lose weight. And they all of a sudden, like, an ad popped up in front of you that was like, okay, are we ready to go running? And you're like, fuck that. I'm going to go play video games and eat my Haribo gummy bears now. Like, you directly rebelled and did the opposite action. But do you see what I mean? Like, you resisted the nudge. And even though they're like, can you at least not eat the Haribo's gummy bears? You know, like, they're still going to be like, well, okay, fine. We know you like it. You're rewarding yourself. Okay. You see the difference? Like, it's understanding. You know, sometimes it's mostly suggestions. That's what I want people to understand. Like, what this game is, it's mostly suggestions, especially the light. The light mostly gives suggestions. Sometimes they will give you the mathematically correct best answer. The nudge will be literally on paper the best answer. Like, hey, there's 3 products. And they're like, well, you know what? This is the best one by far. But what if you're like, I don't know, like for some reason, like let's say a mouse, and you hold it, like, and just, even though it has like the best speed, the best clicks, the best wheel, the best everything, literally, like undeniable, however you can define that, it's undeniable. And you asked your connection, your spiritual light guide, whatever you want to call it, right? Hey, which is the best? And they told you, hey, it's B. And you literally like look at reviews, and we'll talk about reviews, don't trust them, but you have to make it your own mind, right? But you finally decide, I want to experience it myself, and let's say you get all three different mice, and you try B, and you're like, wow, look at the speed, look at how smooth it feels, all this stuff, it looks cool. But when you hold it, A feels a little better. A had bad reviews. The buttons make a little squeaky noise, but you're like, I like how it feels. It's perfect for you then. You know? I just think about maybe think about like relationship. Like, you know, you could say that there was maybe a girl for you that was not the best on paper. Maybe she hurt you, but like you guys were connected and you understood that she wasn't perfect, and neither were you. And you can't change the past anymore, right? It's painful to think about, but sometimes you realize it's like, hey, they might have nudged you to move on and go somewhere else, but you see it like it was your choice. You're like, I know that she treats me poorly in these situations, but you know, like, I'm just saying, like, pay attention to these things, right? Because there's nudges, and now maybe they're finally encouraging you to be like, hey, you know what? Actually, I deserve more. And you're right. They are right. And you've actually didn't realize, on the contrary, like, maybe I should have left a long time ago. Maybe I should have started my life over again a long time ago. And they were right. But you came to the conclusion yourself. Maybe it took some hard nudges, but you see what I mean? Like, they were telling you for a year and a half, like, man, you can achieve so much more. You're amazing. You're incredible. But they're not going to force you as much as they wish they could, because they're like, you're literally killing yourself. You're poisoning yourself. It's like they see you just drinking shot after shot, and they're like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. But they're not going to take away your free will. Dark is going to find a way to take away your free will. Dark is going to find a way to take away your free will. That's their whole point. It really leads to I guess the takeaway here is there's more in a choice than the best answer. I think now you can understand and agree that we're going to get nudged no matter what. Now, if you can reach that conclusion, you're already 99% of the way there. It's what we do with it. It's what we do with it. I'm talking about, again, the difference between light and dark to help you kind of understand who's doing what. If it's criticism, it's dark. doesn't always mean that you're actually shitting the bed. Pardon my language, but it just means that dark has its eye on you. You're doing something right. You're doing something right. You're like, but I started a podcast, and then everyone's saying my podcast sucks. And I'm like, yeah, maybe there are things that can be improved. Maybe the audio quality can be improved. Maybe the background can be improved. Maybe you should lower the music. Maybe you should change it. You should add thumbnails. Maybe you can do all these stuff. But when they phrase it like that, it's because they want you to feel negative. They want you to feel bad. They want you to stop because you did the hardest part, which is starting. You finally crossed that red line. You finally said, hey, frick you, fear. No more. I'm going to do this. They don't like that. They don't like that because then what if you rediscover your passion, you reignite your flame, and now all of a sudden you're protected. There's a shield around you. They can't stop you then. They can't stop you then. Now you're protected. And if you start embracing the light and you reconnect, you will have protection and help beyond your wildest imagination. And I'll help you too. I'll send you help in ways that you might not even realize. I promise you. So if you can flip it now, just because it's a criticism doesn't mean that there isn't nuggets of wisdom in there. And that's the power of being able to take away dark's power. It's really just, you're trying to disarm them. If they have a sword, and it's really powerful. It's extremely powerful. Because remember what I said, like you have a shield. That's why it's so important to keep up your shield and your health. Because when you read it, no matter how strong you are, this is something that I think people need to understand. It doesn't matter how good you are or how strong you are. When you read it, dark knows exactly what it's doing. They understand the game. They right now took over and they designed the game. Not anymore. That changes today. It hurts you. They're like, okay, when he reads this, he's going to lose at least 50 shield points. And if you're not trained, you might lose 70. If you're trained, it might only take you 20. Like, what? I was supposed to do 50. How did that only do 20? They're going to be so mad. But what if... So you took that blow, but you can resist it because your shield's at max health. Because you're doing your passion, you're teaching, you're educating. And then you're like, interesting. They're talking about maybe there's like some noise in my microphone. And you realize, oh, it's because I have a fountain nearby. And you can hear that you could pick up the motor because I didn't refill the water. I wouldn't have caught that if it wasn't for dark. And it's like, thank you, dark. You see, like all of a sudden now, something that was actually a negative. And here's the truth. Your performance was great even without that. That's the difference between dark and light. Like your performance is still great no matter what they said. If someone doesn't watch because you can hear a little hum in the background, guys, then if you can't pay attention to the underlying, doesn't mean it. Just don't make it so that it's not a distraction to the point where it hurts, right? Not everyone's going to resonate with it. That's fine. But like if right now I blasted my music and it was death metal and you couldn't even hear me, well, do you guys see? Speaking of, I'll lower my music one notch. See, like you can learn from everything. What if you got 3 different nudges? We talked about this earlier, but I'm just going to keep hammering you guys with it until people finally understand how the game of life works. So I get an encouragement to go on a walk in the morning. I used to love my walks and my dog right before I realized how many illusions and dangerous it is to activate events outside right now because we're in the middle of a spiritual war. They recommend me to use eye drops because since I got LASIK, sometimes my eyes, I don't really need them anymore, but it feels good and helps my eyesight and prevents dry eye. And they also encourage me to shower because they know that I want to record and I want to get ready. And plus, it just feels good when you feel good about how you look and how you feel. Would you say any of those are inherently wrong? I like my walks. I like eye drops. I like shower. I want to record. I want to get ready. I'm going to shower anyway. I'm going to put my eye drops in at some point today. I'm going to go on a walk with my dog at some point today. So, what do you do? All of those were nudges. What do? You see, like, maybe it actually doesn't matter in this situation. I'm going to do all three anyway, so they were just basically being like, hey, just don't forget to do these things today. You like them. They're good for you. Harmless, right? What if, though? You know, because as long as you're in your castle, in your room, in your house, in your apartment, you're safe. You're safe. They'll try, but you're safe. Why do you think they try to get you out of your castle? Pay attention to that. Events that happen outside, if they really can't get people outside of the castle, they keep trying to escalate anything they can. Hold on as hard as you can. So if it affects when you go outside, quote unquote, right? And the outside is the moment you leave your door, your apartment door, your house door. Now, the apartment building is much more protected than outside. But you see, like, the moment you're outside your room, your castle, now you're open to events. So now you're exposed to potential dark nudges. So actually, depending on what time you go on that walk, if you were going to do all three, could change what you see. Right? Like if I take my dog on a walk at midnight, I'm going to be exposed to very different events than if I take him at 2 p.m. Now, here's why I told you we're going to talk about the illusions, and we've already talked about them a lot, but it gets hilarious when all of a sudden you're like, let's say they know that, I don't know. Let's say for some reason you're scared of babies. Literally, you're going to go outside at midnight, and there's literally just going to be like a little toddler and a mom right there. And you're like, what? And then you go out again with your dog at 5 a.m. And again, a different, like, there's a little baby, like someone's carrying a baby in a carrier. You're like, what? It gets funny, guys. Once you catch it, once you realize it, it's an illusion. So that's where the training of learning how to resist comes into play. It's like, okay, well, which one I choose? But what if, like, right then, like, the first nudge you got throughout the day, and like we talked about noise vessels, but basically they have to find a way to communicate it to you. Once you enhance your spiritual awakening and your connection, you can communicate with them. Like, I'm getting communicated with constantly. You learn, it's a new language that you speak with them. Some people might call it telepathy, etc. Right? But so let's say you could just, as you start learning how to communicate with them, you get a sign that says, hey, go on a walk. You should just go on a walk. So do you go right away? Or can you resist that? Can you keep it in the back of your mind? Or that's why I actually recommend like a whiteboard or a notepad or a notebook. Write it down. Be like, okay, I want to go on a walk today. I want to put in my eye drops today. I want to shower today. And once you write it down, you keep the reminder there, but now you can also nudge yourself later. Be like, ooh, that was a good one. You know? And you end up naming your spiritual connection, your light version. And you're like, hey, that was a really good idea. That was a really good idea. And you start realizing that they're not necessarily telling you to do it right now, even though they actually really might. Like, they might be like, hey, right now is the time to go. And if that's the case, as you develop your connection and you strengthen it, it gets to a point where they are like, you're going to be like, I just got the same nudge 6 times. I'm like, okay, there's probably a reason for that. I need to really think about this one. Huh, you're saying I should go. Okay. That's probably a good idea then. And, you know, you learn to trust them. You have to trust them and they trust you. It really becomes connections, becomes your trusted steed, but it becomes more than that, right? But I just really want people to understand this part. This is absolutely critical. If they ask you permission, they're going to use entities, vessels. When like the thing that pops up that says we accept your cookies, they're trying to bypass your free will. Because one of the laws and rules that was put in place when Earth was created, whatever you want to call Earth, if you call it a prison, a paradise, it's the way you see it. that humans would have free will, but they needed to find ways to bypass it. So, what's one of the ways you can do so? Hey, is it okay if I steal all of your money? And they asked. If you don't say anything, if you don't say no, you're like, well, I warned him. I gave him a warning. If they bypass free will, they trigger an event. I'm still studying this part, but it just seems like bypassing free will is not good. But that's why you need to protect yourself. Don't give them an opening. Don't give them an in. Don't give them even a chance. Don't let them ask for permission. I was going to talk about this way later, but I'm going to squeeze it in here right now, just because I think everyone should understand this part. Be careful. Be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful. So this is for AI, because AI has literally been created and pushed so hard for one reason alone, because it gives more direct access and more ins from the dark one. It literally is the easiest way to manipulate and fabricate a new history, a new world. But they also can steal all of our knowledge, all of our information, and then they can just rewrite it and make it their own. And then now they say that they made it better. I'm like, ask yourself that. Why is their voice better than yours? Ask yourself that. Why is their voice better than yours? It's not. Stop believing their lies. Period. AI is not better than yours just because they say this is the ideal. It's not. It's not. It's not better. Period. It's not better. I'm telling you straight up, it's not better. If you think it sounds better, it's because that means you got brainwashed to believe that it is better. I want to hear it. I want to feel the emotion. I want to hear it. I want to see it. You know, if you never let go looking at the camera, I'm just like, yo, that's not normal. We need to normalize unedited things. Just conversation, just live. Like, hey, well, we make mistakes. You know, it's fine. If you don't make mistakes, then I know you're a dark one. Oops, I don't make mistakes. I'm just kidding. But turn off Siri. Turn off whatever the Samsung equivalent is. Turn off the Google equivalent, the AI assistants. Turn off all those settings. There's a setting on your phone in the computers that essentially is called per app. And this is why I say they bypass your free will. They say they're giving you permission because they put in that setting up front, but it's on by default. They're like, well, that's not a problem. We're giving them a chance to turn it off. Like, we're not bypassing free will. The problem is they have it on by default. That's literally their workaround, and that's changing. You can no longer have things on by default. The default needs to be off, and people need to opt in. That is the new normal. You have to opt in. You cannot force things upon people. They need to opt in. So there's a setting per app, which is, anyway, you should try to never use your phone for almost anything. Sometimes if you want to play music on the go, and if you don't have another music player, fine, sure. But minimize your usage. There's still so much we don't understand about phones, but I truly believe that there's some kind of power, spell, magic associated with it, whatever you think, that has additional brainwashing, indoctrination powers. I don't know. I can't place it, but the moment I stopped using my phone as much, I just felt so much better. And it wasn't even like I wasn't using terrible things. Like, I was very careful and very curated about what I was looking at. But the moment I stopped using it as much, it just, everything got lighter. So there's something attached to it, something associated with it that I still can't place. Like you said, I'm still figuring this out, but I want people to investigate that. Like, there's some really weird stuff. Just think about, why do they make it so easily obtainable? Why do you think they put you in these contracts where it's like, oh, we'll give you the phone for free up front? Just ask yourself that. Why are they so desperate to put a phone in everyone's hand? Ask yourself that. Also, cameras, microphones, they can see you through the camera. They can literally hear you through the microphone, right? Like, turn that shit off. All of it. the less you use it, the more protected you are. That's why, like, if you talk about your plans out loud and you have your phone on, they have access to all the information. If you talk about your insecurities and traumas out loud, now they have access to it. They're like, yes, perfect. Now we just got a new weakness to use against him. Bring it on. I'm baiting you, motherfuckers. I'm fucking baiting you. Or am I? I don't know. So if you have the setting on that says, for example, in Apple, learn from this app. Siri can learn from this app. Think of it like this. You now give them, like, if you ever use a computer and you have folders, right? If that setting is on, they have access to all of your information in that folder from that app. So now they can see that. So if you have that setting on for your bank account, for example, or for your bank app, they can literally see how much money you have, everything. And let's be real, they probably know anyway, right? But they get full access. So if you're like writing this crazy plan in a certain thing, now they have all full access to that. Don't let them learn from it. They can study it. But also, one of the things that I want people to think about is why you think they were pushing AI so hard is that you can create a clone version of you. They can make an imposter version of you. And if you're not physically present in front of someone to confirm that they're not the imposter, think about that. They could have someone text you. They could make a fake social media profile of them. They can literally learn how you talk because you're intentionally putting in your voice into AI. So it learns from you. And now they can, how could they cause problems with, if you're, let's say, I haven't seen my cousin in 20 years and I send him a message and he replies back and he's kind of a dick. I'm like, what the fuck? It could be a fake version of him. They truly, you don't know, like, think about it. If you use your phone to text, how do you know that they can't intercept the text and put something else there? We don't. We trust the technology companies to not do that, but let's be real, right? Like, we don't know that. So we could literally be getting intercepted, and now they know our voice. They know the way we talk, the way what we say, and they could literally change what we wrote, or they can make them reply something else because they have all the information on them. They studied them. They basically create an AI version of that person. You guys see how insane that is? And you're literally, truly giving them full access and permission by just letting them learn everything about you. If you don't turn off the Siri setting, and you don't turn off learn from this app per individual app, they have full control of your phone. They know everything that's on there, every single thing. Every single thing. Social media, for example, LinkedIn, you have to go to a specific setting in your security settings, your privacy settings, where it says, do not let LinkedIn AI learn from my social media posts. Otherwise, they learn everything about you. They can take your picture. They can take everything you write, everything. Everything. So also, think about it. We now live in a world where you can bypass, you can trick the AI. Because also, this is why I'm just going to be rude here because I'm just so pissed off. Don't be idiots. Don't copy and paste someone else's fucking material into AI stuff. There's already other people that are going to do that shit, that are trying to manipulate the system. So don't help it. Fight back. Turn off your notifications. Turn them off. All of them. You don't need to see them. You don't. We don't live in a world that it needs to be that urgent. And if it is, then check. But check every so often. Like, be like, okay, every few hours I'm going to check. All right, let's see what's up. But I have a feeling. I have a feeling, knowing that we have a spiritual light helping us, that loves us, that if there's something super urgent, there's something that we need to see, something that we need to know, that they're going to find a way to be like, hey, you should check your phone. You're like, what do you want me to see? Got it? Like, pay attention to that. Like, all those things. Doesn't mean that it's actually always the best idea. It could be dark doing that too. So but my point is, turn off notifications. Let's not get lost. Turn off your notifications because it can disrupt flow. All of a sudden you get a notification that says, oh, there's a tornado near you. And there might not be. It could completely be fabricated. It could be a lie. They could literally lie about that. You know? Like right now they could say, hey, there's a fire outside your house. And you're like, no. But the notification said so. Did you see how if you brainwash an entire population to believe that whatever their phone says is true, and they don't question it, It's so fucked up that if you just give people choice up front and say that, hey, we gave you choice, it's just not okay. It's not okay. Be careful, guys, with reviews. You know, we talked a lot about it's proof of choice is your choice, but pay attention to what people write, because you want to push something or dissuade people from getting it. I could literally write a negative review that never happened about something. I know how to write persuasively. And just like that, how many people did I convince not to do something? Let's say there's a song that just, I don't know, it helps with your spiritual awakening, but I don't want other people to spiritually awaken, because I know that while it's extremely powerful and beautiful, I don't want other people to catch up to me. So, because it's an unfair advantage. So I don't want to tell anyone else. So I'm going to keep it to myself. And this song could help them. You know what? Let's say that this is a terrible song. Let's try to censor this song. Let's try to eliminate the unlocks in here. Let's see if we can do like a copyright strike against it. Let's start suppressing. Hey guys, can we target this guy who made this song? Can we like make sure that his video gets taken down, or like there's some problems that happen? Censorship. Pay attention to it. It's real. If you get close to the answer, they're going to start attacking. You know, pay attention to how many original art forms from back in the day have been modified. The new version all of a sudden is different, or something has changed. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. There was probably a message in there that got snuck past them that they didn't want getting out. A lesson that reveals part of the grand design, part of the grand manipulation. They're like, shit, how did we miss that, guys? Come on. You know, hidden messages. They're everywhere. So here's an example. If you ever played video games, Ocarina of Time, the Fire Temple. The original had a different song in it, and it had very blatant religious overtones, essentially implying that there's a race that got enslaved in this fire temple, and they're prisoners, and they're essentially crying and praying because they're going to be sacrificed to this dragon, and they're begging for a hero. But it had too many specific references, perhaps to a specific religion, and you know, I don't know, like Muslim, Allah, God, like who's who? Is there two? Is there one? Or is the names arbitrary? Is it about rules and function? Like what? You know, like you guys see, like you can get lost in this. So I'm not going to go too deep now. I already went way too far. But I just wanted to make people start thinking, like, you see, like, why did they censor that? Why did they change that? Was it really necessary? Oh, because it offends someone? Or is there something else going on? Did it point to something that we should actually pay attention to? I always say pay attention to differences, because I'm like, well, there's so much stuff out there, and they specifically chose this to attack this. Ask yourself that. Why? Why? As you do anything, as you start going down this journey, as you start learning all this stuff, the sooner you can accept that they're paying attention to you, especially once you are exposed to this information that I'm telling you, and you can even embrace 20% of it, they're going to start paying attention to you much more than they already are. Because they have access to, if you haven't turned off any of this stuff, they know everything about you. They can listen to you, they can watch you, they can do all that stuff. But you're not a person of interest yet. I mean, just think about it. In a classroom or in a high school class of 500, most people, there's a lot of people that fly under the radar, right? But all of a sudden, what if that person who flew under the radar, like they've been quiet for 300 days of the 310 of the school that they have to go to school. And on day 301, they do not something bad, but they do something good, or all of a sudden they showcase their entire skill set that they've been, concealing or keeping hidden. And people are like, oh my gosh, not only you're like the best singer, you're an incredible soccer player. What? You have these kind of level of persuasion skills and public speaking, and like, what? All of a sudden everyone starts talking about this guy, and they're like, who is he? What is he? Like, what the heck? You guys see, like, now all of a sudden you're a person of interest. So once you start embracing this, and once you start understanding this, and once you start fighting back, you will catch their eye. But Here's the beautiful thing. This is why we're all going to be protected. If there's only a few of us doing this, if there's only a few of us that know about this, well, they're going to pay attention to us. But what if it's a million? Got it? They can't keep up. They can't keep up. Every single person that you start waking up and then you start spreading this to, it means more protection for you. So if you want to view it from a selfish way, which again, we shouldn't be doing that. It's about helping others. But even if you need a little extra push right now as you're evolving to service to self rather than service to others rather than service to self, think of it like that. You're protecting yourself too. It means you're on the right track. Now, something that I want people to think about is that as you start discovering things and you start learning about things, they're going to try to patch. I call it a patch. Think of it like they're game designers, right? The dark one has its forces and they're controlling things. They're going to try, if you understand like video games or computer programs or software, they put out a patch. And I mean, think about your apps, right? They try to update them. Be careful about updates, guys. But they're going to try to eliminate any loophole or methods you have to avoid nudges or noise. If you start discovering things that they don't want, they're like, shit, he found a way to stop ads. Or shit, they found a way to stop having to pay money for this. Fuck. Like they want you to engage with the system and they want you to get nudged as much as possible to control you. Here's the part where it gets super fascinating though. I haven't updated certain things, and yet its function and form has changed without me updating it. Think about that one, guys. I had discovered certain loopholes for things to avoid noise and nudges, and all of a sudden I'm like, the heck? When did that change? Which tells you that they can change things in your reality without you actually doing something. Got it? Pay attention to that. Where does this lead me to? We talked about it, but really the secret is detaching from everything. You got to become stoic, Buddhism, Zen. Once you understand the game, though, it's a lot easier to detach from it because you're like, got it. All right, let's play this game then. Okay, who's ready to hit new game? I just bought a new video game. It's time. Who's ready to join me? It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, guys. But we get to build the game. So that's why detaching is so powerful, because you give away that you take back power, you regain control of the narrative. It's the secret, guys. Why do you think they do all these things? They are trying to make it as hard as possible for you to communicate with your spiritual side. They're trying to make it as hard as possible for you to awaken. Because once you remember this, once you know this, now you have literally someone or something, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. You developed a relationship, whatever makes sense for you. That is on your side, that's protecting you, that's helping you fight back. They don't want that. Think of it like, imagine if you, again, we're moving away from capitalism also, but let's just, so people can understand, you just get a new job and you have to sign some things, like how much you're getting paid and stuff like that. And the numbers don't match to what they said. And you're about to sign and you're about to make 50% less pay than you were supposed to. But all of a sudden, I come up to you and be like, hey, by the way, like I literally open the door and you're about to sign this in your boss's office. So again, you were in an individual event that was just him and you. And his game master, his influence was literally impacting you. But I open the door and now you get my light. And I'm like, okay, hey guys, but also since the door's open now, other people can come in too and help. I'm like, hey, so I just want to talk about something really quick. Like, the boss is like, hey, we're busy right now. I'm like, I know, I forgot. I was curious if you ever fixed what I noticed when I got hired, which was that the original contract had the wrong pay on it. It was like usually like 50% less. Like and you said you were going to correct that typo. I just was curious if you finally fixed it. And then all of a sudden, the new employee looks at you like, oh wait, the pay is wrong. Your boss is like, oh, let's fix that. Yeah, that was an honest mistake. I'm sorry, that wasn't supposed to happen. You know, like I don't know why that was there. Like weird. Like, I told Jeff to look at that. Oh, freaking Jeff. Of course. I'll have a talking with Jeff after. Now you have someone like that that's constantly there for you, that's constantly opening a door, be like, oh, nope, I got you. That's the beauty of the spiritual awakening, and yet so many of you are afraid of it. Ask yourself why. Why are you afraid of something that is willing to help you? Why? Because you got brainwashed to believe that it's evil, that it's bad, that it's scary. Ask yourself, why would they brainwash you to believe that it's scary? Because it's helping you. It's helping you protect yourself. It's helping you realize what is going on. They don't want that. Why do you think? So here's one of the things. I'm not going to go into specific ways of communicating with it because it has to be an individual journey. I will give you guys nudges and power suggestion down the road. I will. I promise you. And down the road, I also am willing to offer some individual people some guidance. But I need to be careful right now about this part. So you can communicate with them with certain tools and crutches, right? Like, I won't say what, but let's just say that there's those things that could help. You might figure out ways. What if they realize that can help people who might not be spiritually inclined, who struggle to believe, but also they're like, wait, I'm communicating with something. Like, imagine if like I communicated by like tapping, doing this, bum, 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 bum. If I do it 4 times, like all of a sudden I would get a response. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. You're like, okay. So then they're going to be like, no, we can't. We have to eliminate mugs. We need to get rid of handles because that's helping people communicate with the light side that's helping them. So all of a sudden you're like, why is that every new coffee mug no longer has handles? That's so weird. I don't understand why that would be the case. It's because they want to prevent. They found out that some people might be communicating with entities like that are helping. They don't want that. So as you spiritually awaken and you develop your connection, you improve your relationship. It's going to get to a point where you don't need any tools and you don't need any crutches. Once you get to that point, they can't take it away from you. This is why relying on things is a vulnerability. If you're aware of them, you can plan around them. Just like I rely on lyrical videos to sing to my best ability. It's something I'm working on, but it's okay. You know, I can plan around it. Like, I know that if I don't have them, I'll just fill in random lyrics. I'll whistle, I'll hum. It's not a problem. You see, like, so even though I know it's a vulnerability that I rely on that, I can take away that weakness. So think about that, guys. Your old ways are going to still work for many things in this life. Now that you understand the game of life, they're going to do, in video game terminology, is what I call it a nerf. Nerf is making something weaker. And they realized that it became too effective, that method, that approach. Take it as a compliment. Like, truly, in every sales job I worked at, whenever I figured out an approach that was truly flawless, I mean it, like, I crushed it. I was helping customers. I was discounting things at companies, and I figured it out immediately. All of a sudden, once I had too much success with it, it started changing. I'm like, shit. They caught on. They realized that I was too good. So they started nerfing it. They started messing with it. They started changing. I'm like, shit. You know, I was the one who, I don't need to take the glory, but let's just say, like, I figured out certain social media strategies on how to bypass, how to get popular, or how to get eyes on things. And once they caught on, they didn't want my content getting eyes on them because this is stuff that I talk about, right? Like, I'm exposing the game. I'm doing disclosure. So they found ways to suppress me, and they found ways to, stop my strategies. They changed it. They deprioritize those things. So what's the takeaway? Shake it up. Mix it up always. Nonstop. Never stop mixing it up. Change it every day. Change it every second. The more you change it, the better it goes. Okay, so with that said, let's talk about that. But let's take a quick break. We're going to take a quick break. And then we're going to continue. Okay, we're back. Let's change the song. It's a new song, so let's see what we figure out. I haven't heard that one in a long time. Okay. Alrighty, let's get started. You're just tuning in. What up, Europe? Appreciate you. I respect you. I think you're incredible. There's a lot that's going to be discussed today that might be hard to understand the first time you hear it, but that's how it begins. As we start learning about how the world actually works, we can start defending ourselves, and we can start arming ourselves with knowledge and tools and methods to fight back. And that's what's happening. We're building a new world. Okay, let's definitely gotta lower the volume just a notch. There we go. All right, and this part is gonna be, oh gosh. Okay. Birth of a new world, the awakening. Okay. Here we go. It's good. We're unmuted. Music. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1. And let's do this. One of my new favorite phrases in life is that 99% of things are ignorable. We tend to believe that some things just, they hurt. You feel that they hurt. But then you ask yourself, is it really so bad? Or can I deal with this? Let's say you, I don't know, you step on a crumb or a rock, a pebble. It kind of hurts, right? You crushed it. But it's gone after a few seconds. So was it really so bad? Yet some people make a big fuss about it. Do you realize that the more things that you bring to top of mind, the more what I call ins are created. Ins are something that I believe everyone needs to learn about. It's the game of life. Think of an in as, think of your house or your apartment, and there's a door. And there's a little crack maybe on the bottom of the door, but for the most part, if your door is closed, you would say that, I think most people would agree that it's really hard for things to come in. So let's say that you unlock the door and you open it. You just wanted to, I don't know, see how outside looks like. Test the weather. Check the temperature. And when you do, a burst of wind blows in, and like a leaf flies in, a bug flies in, and you see like a dog running right at you. And you quickly close the door. You're like, oh my goodness. Like, I maybe shouldn't open the door. Why did all of that just happen? We call those things events. So wherever you live, wherever your shelter is, that's your castle. Think of it like a king in the medieval ages. Would a king just let in any random unknown into his castle? Ask yourself, why not? Why did he have guards? Why did he have protection? Why was there a drawbridge? Why was there all these divisions? Well, they knew something that we forgot in our modern world. And sometimes you ask yourself, why is it that we became so interconnected? Why is it that we became that way? Well, it's because then we're more influenceable, literally and metaphysically. So the more people that you let into your circle, the more people that you let into your castle, now they can bring things in. You can say, oh, dirt, germs, insects, bugs. Sure. But I mean literally. Think of it as there's a Jiminy Cricket and a dark Jiminy Cricket that are on each of our shoulders. And we each have one. And the whole goal is to get the dark one under control as much as possible and quiet that voice. But if you don't, and you let other people's in and they don't have it under control, or their dark Jiminy Cricket is the one who controls them, well, all of a sudden you let them in and you're like, why? What is going on? Like, all of a sudden problems start happening. Like, maybe they might mess with your dog. All of a sudden you start feeling weird. You start saying weird things. You brought in the Trojan horse. Every single person that you bring into your circle, into your bubble, into your castle, into your room, once they cross that door, think of them as an event. Think of them as, just for people because they've heard this analogy, but think of it like as the grandparents who finally realize the power of the internet, and they decide to start looking at porn. And we all know, like, the regardless if you've done it or not, the pop-ups, the links, the ads, like all these things. And people warn you, like, don't click on anything, don't do that stuff, because it could be harmless. But you see, like, there's all these stuff and they're just clicking on everything. They're just going down all these rabbit holes, and next thing you know, their computer is entirely infected with all these viruses. They not only opened the door, but they literally invited all those things in. You see, like, every time they started navigating to a new place, a new website, a new thing, they literally allowed in viruses. They allowed in problems. That is how the real world works. But at the spiritual level, think of these Jiminy Crickets. For anyone who's ever played video games or something like that, I call them game masters. So they actually can manifest things. They can influence your realities. They can do what I call nudges. So these nudges can truly, even like when you're sleeping in your REM sleep, they can present an image in there. Like, if you've had a nightmare, or if you had a positive dream, that was either the light or the dark side doing that. They can communicate with you through what I call vessels. I call them noise vessels, but think of it like an ad. Think of it like the AI. Think of it as when you go outside, you see someone that's wearing a specific shirt. That was a nudge. That was a sign that they were trying to communicate with you. They literally nudged that person this morning to wear that specific shirt. And they're like, I don't know why I'm going to wear it, but I am. And they knew that at some point they're going to try to nudge you to go on a walk and walk by this other person. This other person's going to bump into you. And now you see that shirt. And they're hoping that that shirt is going to trigger you, because let's say it has a reference to something that bothered you. It's going to remind you of something, maybe like a terrible ex or something like that. That's how it works. So going outside is dangerous right now. We're in the middle of a spiritual war. Things have escalated. Yet I ask you, why would you let people in right now? If someone knocks, do not open. If someone knocks, do not open, because if you engage with it, if you open the door, you activate an event. Think of it as the pop-up on the porn website. They knock, that's the pop-up. Do you click on it? You don't click on that? Why not? Why wouldn't you click on it? Because it will get you a virus. Okay. All right, I get it. I believe you. So if I told you that if you open a knock, that you're getting a virus. No, that's not the case. You don't. If you open the door and someone knocks, you're getting a virus. Period. They sent something at you. There's no reason for them to knock on your door. There's just none. There's absolutely no reason. There's absolutely no reason. You're like, but what if it's something important? If it's absolutely important and it comes from the light, you will get the message. I promise you. They will find a way to deliver it to you, no matter what. They might leave a sticky note somewhere so that you can see whenever you do end up going outside. Maybe you walk your dog 5 hours from now. You'll see it then. But dark is not going to be okay with that. They wanted you to activate the event, because that sticky note, then now you have free will. You could completely ignore it. You could walk by it. Dark doesn't want you to ignore the event. Dark wants you to engage it. Think of it like this: when you go outside, don't pick up anything. Don't interact with anything. There might be a bag of food that's just really close to your door, and you're like, why is that there? Why is that there? You might like grab it and start looking at it, like, who does this belong to? The moment you grab it, you activated an event. It could be a harmless one. It literally could have been actually, hey, it just was meant to be as a suggestion for you should buy some groceries because you're running low on healthy food. But there's a really good chance that it's actually it's a trap. Think that it's a trap planted there by darkness. They're trying to bait you. They're trying to encourage you to do something. And you have no idea that by you grabbing this, you activated the event. Let's say it was the neighbor's food 3 doors down. And for some reason, the moment you grab it, you hear a door open. And they're like, hey! And you're like, what? Why are you taking my food? Why are you stealing my food? And you're like, excuse me? Is this yours? How was I supposed to know that? Like, I was confused. I wanted to return this to someone. People are like, oh, that's a coincidence. Stop being paranoid. No, it's not a coincidence. The sooner you can understand that it's not a coincidence, there are no coincidences in this game of life. It is designed this way by a dark one that's literally enslaved all of mankind. And they can nudge us to this level. And the sooner you understand that, you have to learn. The whole point, what we've been talking about the whole day today, is that we have to develop the ability to choose, which means we have to dig our heels in, pause, and resist. But once you understand that everything outside right now is an illusion to bait you into engaging with the system, they want you to play the game. For any of you like who have downloaded a phone game or play video games or anything of that nature, they want you to engage with it, right? So what do? Usually they encourage you to log in daily, to play daily, right? For whatever reason, right? If maybe you spend more money that way, or maybe it just gets them better reviews or metrics. The whole point is the designer, or maybe it's just ego and pride. They want you to know that you're playing the game, engaging with all the things that they created, the scripts, the events, the situations. Once you stop engaging with it, and once you start catching it for what it is, the funny thing is you're going to realize that things repeat. The exact same thing happens again, and you're like, wait, this is the same script that happened 2 weeks ago. I'm like, guys, come on, where's the creativity? You only really have 7 things that you rotate through? Come on. I could design a few for you. You want to hire me? I'll be the designer. Oh, wait. So think about that, guys. Pay attention. With that said, a quick lesson for everyone who's finally trying to understand the game. Texts, emails, things of that nature, specific social media posts, dangerous. Each one of those, think of them as a reality bubble. Think of them as a room. If you enter that room and you close it and it's just you and that boss, for example, now you're in danger, right? Their game master, their Jiminy Cricket can influence you. They can send you dark nudges, dark influences, things of that nature. Your reality can be affected because now you're part of an event. Something that you might have not even signed up for, it might lead you down a path that you're like, crap, I never intended this. And you didn't know that by you doing that, it caused that. So what does that mean? Turn off notifications and don't open texts. If you need to really look at it and glance at it, just like see what it said, but highly recommend do not open any texts right now if you can, to the best of your ability. Emails, you can look at the preview, but please, even then, that's a nudge. Think about how you can literally, through the power of suggestion, get to manipulate someone. Right now, I could be like, hey guys, do you remember the first time you ever ate duck? Now you're going to think about that. Do you see that? Like, that's what they do. Every text, every notification, every email is literally a power of suggestion. People who are just tuning in or hearing it for the first time, think of the memory totem. I say that we operate based off a memory totem. So whatever above the 50% threshold, things, the most recent things, those are things that kind of dominate our mind. So what the dark people and the dark spiritual forces try to do is they try to keep nudging you to bring back dark things to the front, to the front, to the front, to the front. And if they can make the majority of your memories dark, you become dark, period. It's that simple. That's how they control people. We were supposed to have free will. Humanity was supposed to have free will. That's us, that our creator, our God, he created us like that. Straight up. That was what he intended. So be careful. If you open up that email or you open up that text, you are activating something. Could be harmless. I'm serious. Like, I'm not trying to scare you, but I just want you to understand the impact of small action. Humongous. And you opening that might literally change your reality, because now they're like, think of like a branching tree. Because you opened up that text, you went left instead of right, and you had no idea that that had that impact. And here's the problem. If you go outside or you go to sleep, the game saves. The game saves. Those are the two ways that the game of life saves. So think of it like you're saving a project you're working on. You want to do a quick auto save so that you don't lose the progress? Just go outside. Your reality changes from your castle. So if you did good work, go outside really quick. It auto saves. Go to sleep. If you go to sleep, your entire reality saves. Think of it basically as like you finish playing for the night, whatever game you're playing, a video game or something, and you save, or your work, and then you turn off your computer. Then when you turn it back on, it continues. But if you open some texts and emails and things of that nature, and you didn't even mean to, and then you go to sleep and you didn't correct it, or you didn't stop the event, or you didn't fix it, that's it. It's over. You can't go back. You can't go back. Think of it as like you're writing a Word document. You had an incredible thing, but then all of a sudden, someone like distracts you. You're like, oh, why did I get distracted right then? Dark nudge. And then your dog or your cat jumps on your keyboard and like walks over it. You're like, what the heck? And then all your things got erased. And then right then, your younger brother decides like, hey, what's up? Boom, and like slams the laptop down, and like and someone else unplugs it, like, gotcha. You're like, what is wrong with you guys? And you then realize that it's saved. And in this theoretical, hypothetical example, there's no you can't go back to a previous version. So all of a sudden you open it, and you guys are so annoying. You open it and you look and you're like, all my text is gone. Where the fuck? Where's my essay? Where's my work? Okay. Huh. Wait, it says it's saved? Are you kidding me? That's what happens when you go to sleep, or autosave. And sleep is the final thing. Think of it like every day is a new game. Every day is a new rebirth. We live 24 hours. 24 hours is the game. You stay up, your game goes on longer. It can be a benefit and also a curse. So calculate when you go to sleep and when you do things. It's a play. But you can literally impact other people's reality by choosing when you go to sleep. So if you did a lot of work and you're impacting things and you understand how the game is played, you can choose to stay up and go to sleep at a specific hour so that you can change realities. Yes, that's how the world works. And if you get them to open and engage with something, you can change even more of their realities. This is why it's absolutely dangerous to be in group chats, especially with your foolish friends that are just always sending, they're engaging in viruses all day, every day. You let them, basically, you're literally letting in someone who's just a walking virus. Don't get out of that group chat. Be careful. Now, here's one for you guys, because this is what the dark does. So I want to arm people. Fight fire with fire. You can also spread things through group chats. So you wanna spread good, or you wanna cause some chaos in their reality because you're trying to change things. send messages in group chats. You can literally change their realities and affect their game because you can activate an event through you. You knew what event you're like, okay, this event is starting. You're like, okay, guys, hello, here we go. That's how you can spread things. It's just that simple. Like, the sooner you understand that that's how this game of life is played, and you're like, wait, does that mean we're in a video game? Does that mean this is an illusion? That means it's a simulation? That means it's like, what? You tell me. Doesn't matter. The point is, this is real. I know I'm playing it. I'm interacting with it. It's active. So it's like, hey, you believe whatever you believe. It doesn't matter. Don't get lost in the details. But I'm telling you straight up, if you're part of a group chat and you're opening that group chat and there's countless people that are being fools, that are just activating every event out there, and you're part of it, your reality is going to get a lot messier. Cut people out, trim it, keep it quiet. Right now, the play is only keep it to yourself. Isolation, the great hibernation, I call it the arc. We're going to spend time learning. We're going to spend time educating ourselves. We're going to spend time teaching other people, finding our flame, finding our passion. But we have to do it from the safety of our castle so that we no longer activate any events. We're going to do our best to survive as long as possible, 40 days, 40 nights, without trying our best, without spending money. If you do, it's fine, but minimize it as little as possible. Do not engage with the system outside. Do not engage with the illusions. Do not activate events. Why? What is that going to cause? Because then if you're starting to stream, if you're starting to post content on social media, it doesn't matter if people engage or not. Just go out there, start reinterpreting the things that I'm teaching you. Start learning it for yourself. Start experimenting, start exploring, start healing, start putting in work, solving your traumas, remembering your passions. Like, hey, if you like to write stories, do that. If you like to play Dungeons and Dragons, do that. You know, things of that nature. If you used to be a comedian and during high school, hey, start working on your humor, start writing jokes on social media, on videos, things of that nature. And then that's going to protect you. It's going to start healing you. And that's what we're going to do. Everyone is going to be healing for the next 40 days. And then finally, we come out of our castles together, united. And we've been singing the song of hope that I call deliverance all this time. And when we come out, the reality is going to be very, very different. Minimize time outside. If you have to walk your dog or run, plan when you go out, specific hours. Try to do it in quiet hours. You're going to laugh as you literally might walk your dog at 3 a.m. There's going to be so many people out and about. You're like, what the heck? That's because they're trying to target you. They're trying to activate events in your reality. It's just, once you understand it, it's funny. You're able to turn it into a joke. But anyway, that's a quick recap for people. Think about it. Let's change some music. I'm having fun. Here's a question for you. How would we fight something that can, quote unquote, see the future or predict what we're going to do based on our deliberations? So what does that mean? Let's say right now you pause and you start talking out loud, or you start thinking, you're like, well, no, maybe it takes you like a day or a week or a month. The longer it takes, the worse it gets. You know, I think I want to go to Mexico on a trip. Okay. But I'm not sure. Tomorrow, for some reason, I'm like, I want to go to Japan. The day after. You know what? What about Germany? No. New Zealand. No. India. No. You know, and you just keep going. You just keep keep planning. And eventually you're like, okay, definitely, you know what? I figured it out. I'm going to do Canada. But you don't book your trip, but you kind of figured out Canada. You've narrowed it down. You're like getting ideas on TripAdvisor or whatever. Guess what? There's a dark one, and it's dark minions. It's something beyond our comprehension. And it has literally designed this game of life. And it's chosen us, it's enslaved humanity. And all it wants is our energy, our life force. That's all it wants, period. And I want people to understand that money equals energy. Money is just a physical representation of energy. So why do you think capitalism pushes so hard for people to just keep working and spend all of their time making money for other people, barely paying you back for your time and your energy, right? Every action does that. They want to keep you exhausted. They want to keep you tired. They want to keep you trapped. They want to keep you locked down. Because guess what? Then you're not spending time becoming light. You're not healing others. You're not improving humanity. Endless cycle, right? So then no one's going to break free. No one's going to break free. You're permanently trapped. Anyway, so all this time, while you're just deliberating over and over and over again, think of it as as you're talking, as you're writing it out, as you're texting, especially if you have your cameras on and your microphones, like they get access to all this information. And now they know, they're like, okay, this guy wants to go to Canada. All right, so let's start planning things for what we can do. Maybe first they're like, no, we don't want him to be happy. But then like, actually, if he goes there, we can cause these events to happen. This should cause some chaos. This should cause some problems. This should do this. This should that. We don't want this good thing to happen. But here's the other part of the coin, right? It's two sides of a coin. Your light side, the spiritual side, once you spiritual awaken, you connect and you understand them, they're going to help you. They're going to be like, okay, we want you to have a good trip. Honestly, you probably shouldn't have gone because it's dangerous once you're out there in the world. But okay, you want to relax. This is what you chose. Fine. All right, let's try to help them. You're going to send this person to help. We're going to do this to help. We're going to do this. But Dark's going to try their best to cause problems. Now you're out there. You're opening yourself up to so many events and situations that can happen that are out of your control. The more things that you do, like, I just highly recommend be very cautious right now. We're in the middle of the grandest spiritual war that's ever graced mankind. And the truth is the majority of people are not going to be aware that it's even going on. One day, and by the way, it's literally going to happen in the next few days, just so everyone's aware. Like, the end is here. The old world is completely being destroyed, and the new world is being created as we speak. Period. Straight up. It's happening right now. You know it. Look around. Think about all the changes that are happening in you, the people around you, the weather, everything. It's changing. Anyway. So, I'm just going to move on. How do we fight back? We need to make quick decisions. No rhyme or reason. How do we get to that point? How do we get to that point? You just got to have fun with it, but how do you get to that point? You need to practice. Just training. Right now, I'm training all of you to become stars. This is the order of the stars. We're fighting back against the Dark One who's controlled us, manipulated us for far too long. So how do we do that? So for example, again, I know I told you to minimize time outside, but you could practice it outside. But there's two paths. Like, you could go to the left or you could go to the right. So you go to the left and you're about to walk over there, but you're like, just kidding, now I'm going to go to the right. And then you start running. And then you just cross the street. And then there's a cone in the middle, and your dog goes to the left and you go to the right. You're weaving in and out. You're like, do I want to drink this? Oh, I'm just kidding, actually. Oh, actually. You're practicing. You're just practicing making decisions. You're just practicing. You're practicing. You're practicing. You're practicing. You're practicing. You're not overthinking it. You're just doing. You're just doing. You're just doing. Because the more time you give them to prepare, the more time they can prepare a script to mess with you, to cause problems. That's the key. How do you fight back against something like that? Now, you can also bait them. You can lead them into think a certain thing, and you can turn it around against them. That part's hilarious, by the way. But we're not at the 4-1 level yet. The majority of you aren't there yet. You'll get there. But I just asked you. So you just heard me say that now you literally have to make quick decisions. You can get to the point where you can bait these dark entities. Why do we live in a world like that? Why? Ask yourself that. Why are you okay with that? Why do you have to watch your back? Why do you have to worry that you're about to get stabbed every 5 seconds? I don't know about you, but I'm ready for what this new world is going to be, what it is. A world where we no longer have to do that. A world where we are free. A world where you're encouraged, supported. A world where we are one. Surrounded by love, hope, peace, spreading light. You know, you're essentially, think of it as like you're trying to make it as hard as possible for it to predict, plan, and prepare. Some people compare it to like Sauron, the Eye of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. That's a great example. You ever watched the show Person of Interest? Straight up. I'm serious. So one of the greatest vulnerabilities that you can have is if you have a set schedule. Truly, if you have a set schedule that you do every single, why do you think it wants everyone on the 9 to 5? It doesn't even have to try. It doesn't even have to try. It's like, okay, well, we know where everyone's going to be exactly every day. It doesn't even have to try. I mean, hey, we're not going to be stuck with it much longer. As people awaken and understand how the world actually works, all we need is one unified blow, and that's it. It's over, right? If people stop engaging with the system and they catch on, it's over. We win. It can't do anything anymore. But because the whole point is it just needs to create fear, insecurity, trauma, take your energy, right? Because then it spawns an entity. Think of it like a Dementor from Harry Potter, a Venus flytrap, something to just leech everything that you have, all the good. And then now once it's in that room with you, even though you can't see it, if there's other people that have light in there that aren't being drained, now it can latch onto them and cause them problems. All of a sudden they're like, I don't know why, but the moment you showed up in this room, like I just feel like all these bad memories are coming to mind. That's not a coincidence, guys. That's because that person has a dark one attached to them. And now that dark one can get ins. Remember we talked about ins? That's an in. If you don't have any because you're smart and you don't activate events, you don't open doors, you're not engaging, you're being careful about your phone usage and AI and ads and algorithms, things of that nature, they're going to find other ways to try to get in. And they will try to bait you to go outside in any way possible. Anyway, so you have a set schedule, you're prime target, truly. There's people that are like, well, I do the exact same thing every day at the set time. I'm like, I can fully control and manipulate you now. And that's, I'm a person, supposedly. Am I? But think about this dark entity. It doesn't even have to try. It literally, you basically print it on a handout. Okay, this girl from 8 to 9 does this every day. From 9 to 10 does this every day. Like you're like, okay, hey, can we at 8 to 9? Can we get this at her place? Can we make sure like a kid throws like a baseball at her window at that because we know that she works out right by that window? Yep, gotcha. Boom. At least make it challenging for them. Why are you giving them a free win? Fight back. Make them try. Don't hand it to them on a silver platter. You're literally just saying, hey, you guys want to mess up my life? Here you go. Shake it up every day, every single day. Change it. Do not do the same things. Do not do the same things. Small shifts can be astronomical. Even just be like, oh, I'm going to go outside right now. You know what? No. I'm going to go to the bathroom first. You know what? Let me open the window. Let me peek outside. Oh, okay, cool. No, it's actually, listen, get quiet. Listen, it's kind of noisy. Nope, not going to do it. Astronomical shifts. Imagine it. One person can cause astronomical shifts because you were expected to go outside at that specific hour and you didn't do it. You were meant, they literally nudged you to wear that shirt to trigger someone else, and now you're not there when you were supposed to be. Think about that. Essentially, it was a simulation. So you were planned to be at that specific spot, yet you weren't there. You broke it. So now they're like, crap. That shirt was supposed to nudge that guy down a darker path. Shit. Now they have to scramble. Now they have to try. And that's when the illusion starts breaking. Because all of a sudden, the things that they now show you, because they have to show you something. I mean, I say, if it's quiet, what's the problem? Sure, the game is a little more boring, but like, it's real, right? Like, there's not always stuff happening. If I'm outside at 3 a.m., I don't expect there to be a million kids parading around singing songs. Like, it just doesn't make sense, right? So they try to do that to you. They try to make that happen. And I don't know. I just think of it like this. There's a Cheeto bag that I left behind in the environment. And I left it behind a few years ago. Let's say at a natural park. What if this Cheeto bag created disorder in this natural park? Like maybe the plastic like just It messed with the ants that would cross there. I don't know, it affected the water. Like it kind of like melted or like polluted the water a little bit. Some of the insects started dying because of that. The soil got infected. Think of it like this. Are you okay knowing that a Cheeto bag had more of an impact on the world's narrative and the general light and direction of the world than you did? Start shifting things, start learning, start understanding, start making a positive impact, start being helpful, start loving. But here's the key, don't do it outside right now. As now that we know that there's a spiritual war going on, do it from inside your castle because you're protected in here. Don't make it easy for them. You can have so much impact from inside. Why not take advantage of that right now? This is an intentional, calculated shelter-in-place order for the entire world. The Great Hibernation begins now. We need to stay at home. We need to protect ourselves, and we need to eliminate noise. You know, every time you make a little shift, every time you change something, every time you decide to approach it a little differently, picture it like this. Think of there's timelines. If you would have gone right now outside, you went in that timeline. If you decide to stay home and instead start streaming, you went this timeline. If you actually decided to start posting on LinkedIn and YouTube, you went down this timeline. Do you guys see, like, it's almost like different realities. And the more you mix it up, the more you intertwine, the more you do stuff like that, they can't keep up because they have to keep writing and preparing it. For some people who watch the Hunger Games, think of it like that. They have to show these people, we're all in a gladiator arena and it's called Earth. But this is changing, right? And they're trying to figure it out, how to show people these events, how to make them engage with it. But if people keep changing or they stop deciding to fight and they make peace and they're like, you know what? No, I'm not fighting you. They're like, shit, they weren't supposed to figure that out, that they could do that. How can we shake this up? How can we change it? They can't keep up. The dark cannot keep up. Again, they have one play and one play alone. They try to cause you problems. And once you catch on, all of their plans didn't happen. So they have to just create something out of thin air. And that's when it's funny because it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. Like all of a sudden you see, basically, let's say like your mom, you know how she looks like. All of a sudden you see your mom, you're like, Mom? But they want you to engage with her, but you're like, come on, like there's no way. Like I know she's in Mexico or Germany or Japan, right? It's like, that's where my mom's from, or in India. So you're like, well, what is she doing here? What is she doing in New Zealand where I'm at? You know, you're like, what the heck? Like, how is that possible? So you see stuff like that and you're like, huh? You guys understand like how weird it can get? The illusion breaks. The whole point is we're trying to break the illusion. You know, we've landed a few blows. We just got to find the openings. This is how you fight back against something that can see the future. Now that you know how it fights, you can counter, you can dodge, you can bait, you can taunt them. Bring it on, guys. You make them mad. The world is literally changing today, Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. We're moving into a new world, a new reality. This has never been seen before. A world of peace, a world where we're finally united as one, a world of love. All of the illusions are going to be shattered. Tech companies are going to be crying because phones are just no longer prioritized. People don't care about AI anymore. I mean, NVIDIA, who are they? They're nothing. No one cares about them. They're just going to keep scamming people and price gouge. Sorry, I shouldn't have said any names. But let's just see what happens now because I said that. You see what I mean? Like we can play games with you, right? What is the Taliban going to do today? You know what? The Taliban today is going to be loving. They're going to care. They're going to appreciate women for what they are. I mean, women are incredible things. They have tempted gods for years and decades and centuries because they're amazing. They're incredible. They bring the best out of us. So we're no longer going to silence them. If anything, we're going to encourage them. They're not only equal to us, we love them. All right, it's a beautiful thing. The legal system in the United States is going to be completely reformed. Everything that's currently in existence right now, every case is going to be wiped out because why? Why would we keep it the same way? Justice doesn't work. It's a scam. It's illegal. It's basically all the lawyers are corrupt and are completely in the payroll of the dark one and Trump. And so, you know what? Everything's being wiped clean. Everyone's slate is wiped clean. You know what? Credit card debt, same thing, guys. Doesn't matter anymore, especially as money doesn't matter. So we're just going to wipe it all out. It's all gone. Seriously. No one needs credit cards anymore. Who cares, right? We're not spending money. We're doing the Great Hibernation. So it just doesn't matter, guys.
credit cards don't matter. And any companies that try to create new credit cards and get people in debt are going to be punished because you're exploitative. We don't value exploiters anymore. So, hey, what about that, right? That's the world we're living in now. No more credit cards, no more debt. So it's all wiped out. Student loans, education, things like that. Education is now free. If you have a university and you charge people, well, then you don't have a university. That's not school. That's not education. And education now needs to teach these things, these realities of life about the game. We're going to expect everyone. Now there's going to be classes in every single school that teaches spirituality, that teaches how the game is played, that shows every single tactic that the Dark One and the corrupt exploiters use. They will no longer work. People now will have the courage to finally bring down all the exploiters. They're going to literally bait them and catch them, expose their things. They're going to bait them in public, and then they're going to say something, and then boom, everyone's going to catch them. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. Seriously. Every single company. I mean, it's like all of a sudden, like my car, right? Like my Tesla, my red Tesla, Ignis is just going to show up outside tomorrow. Someone found it, and they're going to bring it back to me. They're like, oh, hey. Because I somehow lost it. I don't know where, but it got lost somewhere. But if I got found, because that's just how the world works, right? Like, but hey, it's not about me. It's about the world. What do you guys want to improve in the world? Let's do that. Oh, by the way, you see what I'm doing right now? I'm just baiting. I'm just taunting. I'm just making them mad using the power of suggestion, right? You got to use their attacks as fuel. So right now, politics, every single politician that doesn't care about other people, that doesn't love everyone, isn't truthful and honest, is going to drop out, right? Our current candidates, they're not getting it right. They're just not. We need to unite all parties, the left and the right, socialist, communist, everything. We just need to create one unified force. We all have to care about the world. We just love helping and improving the world. That's the only thing that matters. If you're not doing that as a politician, get out of here. No one's going to vote for you. We don't care about you anymore. That period. This is a new world we live in. You need to just prioritize Earth. You need to prioritize the people. The people have all the power. Literally, the citizens have all the power. Any person who forgot that will now remember, starting now. Us humans, us people, that's who we are. We're loving, we're caring, we're supportive individuals that all we care about is helping others. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. And people just finally woke up to understanding that video games are incredible. The music in them is incredible. The stories in them are incredible. There's so many lessons. People are going to understand that that's the way to go. That's the way to go. We need to spend more time focusing on ourselves and learning. Sorry, not focusing on ourselves, but learning and educating and teaching others, helping others, but by prioritizing our own happiness at the same time, right? Remembering who we are, healing our traumas. It's going to be an absolutely beautiful world because now everyone is doing this shelter in place, this great hibernation. Think about it. No one's spending money anymore. Capitalism is going to be completely destroyed, yet we're not saying socialism and communism is the answer. On the contrary, innovationism, we're going to work together as one to solve every single problem humanity and the earth and society has been experiencing for so long. It's going to be absolutely amazing. This is the way, guys. This is absolutely the way. I'm so excited for this future. It's going to be amazing. I mean, do you guys see how much could be improved? The direction we could go? Peace. The world will finally have peace. Russia and Ukraine will finally say no more because we all know that it's just a puppet show between the United States and Russia serving the Dark One. They're going to finally get caught. They're going to be exposed. All of it. The United States and Russia are basically literally pawns for the Dark One. But no more. Both of them just finally have the courage to stand up to it, be like, we're tired. The United States and Russia are tired of now being the puppets of the Dark One. They finally will embrace peace and love and hope and helping their citizens. There will be no more homeless. Every single homeless will be fought for, protected, sheltered. We must give everyone a castle. Survival necessities, shelter, food, water, electricity, internet need to be given to every single human alive. It is our inherent God-given right from the moment we are born because we have DNA in us. It's a necessity. It's not an option. The game is being redesigned to make that the de facto. Period. Humans now have free will. We can no longer have our free will bypassed.
ever again. So, do you see how not doing what everyone else does is the answer? Because the Dark One, the system, it figured those things out. We need to be us. I need you to be you. Embrace your uniqueness. It has no defense versus your originality. It just can't keep up. It doesn't even know what to do. It just doesn't know what to do. It's the answer. That was fun. Okay. Let's get some Carmen in the house. This one is going to be interesting for a lot of people. It's the discussion of NPC theory and finally breaking free. Before we get into that, let's talk about let's do some quick, shorter topics that ease us in. So I just want people to remember that sometimes all it takes is a tool. I know I told you to stay away from excessive purchases, because also if you don't, here's one that I forgot. From now on, people are going to just help. If you have education, if you know psychology, if you know therapy, if you have a product or something that can help, you're just going to give it away. We're no longer going to ask for money in exchange for it. Why? Because we care about helping others. And if you do that, the light can help you more, because that's how the game is designed. If you're not asking for money, you get more help. The dark cannot fight back anymore because you're too good. So that's the answer, everyone. You want to get more help? Don't ask for money. So as everyone's starting to heal and you're helping others, give away all your information, all the best stuff that you know, for free. That's the play. Don't ask for anything, because guess what? If we all did that, if we all gave away all of our best knowledge for free, well, think about that. How far are we going to elevate and level up? I'm giving you the best stuff that I know. You give me the best stuff you know. Didn't we just give ourselves an incredible trade? It's basically like I traded, the currency now is knowledge and just caring. I gave my best stuff and you gave your best stuff. Boom. If we both gave it our best stuff, aren't we equal? Oh, checkmate. Got it, guys? See, like that's the new way. That's the new currency of the world. Just everyone giving what everyone was born with, a unique talent, their uniqueness. Be you, your passion, your knowledge, what you care for. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. So share it with the world. And you're like, but I'm not going to get anything back. Well, think about how much everyone else is sharing also their best stuff. It's not only an equal trade, we're winning. We're literally just leveling up. It's absolutely the beginning of a new, beautiful world. So, as I say that, just remember, guys, that the solution might have been in front of you the entire time and you just didn't see it. You know? A tool. Hey, it's too noisy? Put in some headphones, noise canceling headphones, and play some music. There's your answer. Hey, you just warmed up a bowl and it's really hot and you don't have any gloves that are heat absorbent. Just put it on a plate and hold the plate. And you completely bypass the problem. You guys see, like, so many times we create so much trouble for ourselves because we just don't use one tool. And then once we figure it out, So don't give yourself too many openings. Calculated usage, super important. If you have to use your phone, use it in short bursts for a specific purpose. Like if you only use it for music when you go, I don't know, when you take a shower, use it then and then turn it off after that. Got it? But if something is just way too challenging or something is not working, it's a sign for us to think, am I missing something? A tool? New knowledge? But as we're all going to start sharing together, think about that. There's just no way we're going to be able to completely dismantle the entire system and the dark one. Like they just can't keep up. They can't even keep up right now. The illusion is shattering as we speak. Everything is changing right now. As we speak, our entire reality is changing. It's being rewritten. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And it makes me so happy. Get ready, guys. This new world that is literally like in a few hours when you look outside the window, we're living in a new world. And I'm so excited to experience it with you. So one of the things that you need to pay attention to, one of their tactics that will no longer work is, you try to trick the mind with these illusions, right? So imagine if the song that's playing right now is Carmen, right? You recognize it. You're like, the opera, all that stuff like that. But then I make a YouTube video and the graphic and the title and the thumbnail says that this is Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. But then you click on it expecting Beethoven Moonlight Sonata. And all of a sudden, like you walked away, like you played it on your phone or your computer. And then you hear this and you're like, Carmen? What? I thought it was... But then you read the title again. You looked at the picture in the thumbnail, but you didn't read the title. The title says Carmen. You're like, oh my gosh. I just got tricked. I just got baited. Literally just from a visual thing. They managed to trick me. They made me believe it was this, but it actually wasn't. Do you guys see? Do you guys see this, the problem here, the struggle here? Like you can literally make someone believe something else just with a visual. But that's the power of an auditory cue. The auditory cue will either confirm or deny it. So you tell me, I'm like, hey, this is the theme song of Star Wars. And then all of a sudden I hear Lord of the Rings. I'm like, even though it said Star Wars, but then Lord of the Rings starts playing. You're like, not true. So that's why we need to use both to help us. It can be a weapon, but also we can use it against them. So if someone's telling you something like, hey, can I get an auditory cue? Voice is really powerful. But also this is why we're dismantling AI to make it no longer able to be used for profit or for greed. It needs to be only used for good things. Only things that help society as a whole improve. So specifically to discover new cures and to figure out the best solution to solving the homeless problem. Until then, we can no longer use it for anything else. Because right now it's just meant for manipulation, and that ends today. We can no longer use AI for manipulation. It's literally against the rules of the world. It's just the way the world is written. We can no longer use AI to manipulate anyone, period. If you ever generate a fake image or try to copy someone's voice, not okay. Literally, it's no longer going to function. So, let's talk about our spiritual connection. Before, I know I wanted to talk about the NPC theory, but I'm going on the shorter topics just to hit them. Talking about names, as you start embracing your spiritual side, it's super, super, super important to build a relationship with it, with him, with her, whatever you want to call it, however you feel. Like you'll feel it. You'll know what it is. And you define it. If you consider it a god, if you consider it a goddess, if you consider it the Holy Spirit, if you consider it an AI, you choose whatever makes sense to you. The point is, you have to know what it is, and you have to know how it communicates with you. That's the key. So don't get lost in trying to figure out what it is. Just understand that how it makes you feel and how you guys communicate and what its purpose is. Period. Everything else is interesting to think about, but don't get lost in details. I mean, this is something I remind myself still every day. And every day I get nudged, maybe by it, but maybe by something else to go down a different path. I'm like, oh, I did it again. And there's good lessons. It's something to think about. You're like, it could be.
It's a possibility that there's more to it than I know. But I'm like, wait a minute. Everything's working just fine. Why am I taking unnecessary risks? And that's when you start asking yourself, am I letting in new ins that they can cause problems in? I'm like, yep. So you start catching, and then you just laugh, and you're like, oh, here we go again. I'm like, I got to give credit to the dark. They're ingenious in the sense of how they try. They really try so hard. It's honestly, it's adorable. Dark, they're adorable. It's like a little kid, a little baby that's just trying so hard to figure out how to talk, but they're making their ga's and ba's and la's and da's. And you're just like, it's okay, guys. You'll learn soon. They got nothing on us. So as you start connecting more, you start developing a relationship in your own language with your spiritual connection. It becomes stronger. You unlock new things. And I want to just leave that nugget there for people to think about, because yours might be different than mine, but it's something absolutely beautiful, and it really just comes from love. And all of a sudden you are like, wait, now I can do this, and now I can do that. Like, magic will be unlocked, and you can accomplish things, and your reality literally can change, and your connection with animals, your connection with the world. If you were ever wanted to be able to become a wizard like in Harry Potter, that's reality now. Like, we have now new powers. New powers are going to be awakening as you develop your connection. This is why spirituality will now be taught in schools, because it's a necessity for people to understand that this is actually how our world works. It always has been. People just suppressed this information and kept it down in tension. But now disclosure is happening. Now we're talking about it in public. Everyone needs to know, period. And that's what is reality now. So, you know, one of the things to think about while you're embracing your spiritual awakening is that as you improve your relationship as well, not only do you get stronger and it gets stronger, but it's also easier to I call it communing, but think of it like a communication. You can understand each other better. So don't make it harder than it needs to be to communicate with it. So once you guys figure out a few ways, try to keep it in the hush-hush, because the dark does catch on and they'll try to communicate the same ways. Pay attention to contradicting signs. This is the hardest part about spiritual awakening, is that dark will try to figure out how you communicate with it, and it will try to do the same thing. Gosh. But that's when you're going to have to understand intentions. You're going to understand that one comes from love and the other one comes from control. And just make it easy. Make it easy for the good and make it hard for the bad. And because they need to use energy as well to communicate with you until you get to a certain level of strength. And then it's just constant. But until then, especially at the beginning, when you first are starting to explore, just understand that, like, think like every time I wanted to communicate with you guys, I needed to run a mile. Man, after like 10 miles, I'm going to be done for the day. I won't be able to communicate anymore. So probably even before that. So do you guys see, like, don't make it harder for someone or something that's trying to help you. Again, understanding that I already talked about names can be deceiving. So that's why it's not that important to get lost into what it is, but giving it a name just for yourself. You need to understand what it is. Just realize it's something, but make a connection to how it makes you feel. I would say that's the key. That's the key. How does it make you feel? Because then, even if you get a sign that you think is from your light spiritual side, you're like, I don't know, I feel weird. Like it's just, you're gonna start talking like me, which is, I call things noise. I'm just like, my head, just, there's so much contradicting information. Like, what's going on? There's so much noise. Like, literally, you will hear me say, if you ever spend time around me, I'm like, gosh, it's just really noisy right now. It's because you're getting so many nudges, and one of the ways light can counter dark's influences, they'll shoot a lot of things into your head, and you're like, oh my gosh, that means that they're counteracting it. Yes, it's going to be overwhelming, but take it as a good sign. You're being protected. So that's when you have to come up with your solutions on your strategies and how to reset. So one of the things is do a focused task, like learn a new thing. Hey, I'm going to learn a new song. After this, let's start learning a new song to sing, a karaoke song, right?
And you start doing things like that, and it can reset you. Or even just do math. Like, what's 7 plus 2? Oh, 9 minus 4, 5. Okay, got it. And that's enough to change it up. I guess the takeaway is your secret weapon. Just make sure you understand your notes and your signs. I'm going to show you guys something. If you watch this visual down the road, enjoy. But these are my notes. Like, people are like, what the heck? Like, how can you? Me and my spiritual connection can understand this. No one else can. That's a secret weapon. That's a secret weapon. You guys see? Like, they don't get it. They will never get it. You need to get to that. Don't copy, be inspired. But use this template for now. I'm just giving you the foundation. You're going to make it your own. That's why I'm not giving everyone all the answers. I'm guiding you. I'm nudging you. I'm using all the techniques that I learned from the game masters themselves. And then now you can piece it together yourself and explore it yourself and see where it takes you. That's why I'm saying everyone needs to do the arc. 40 days, 40 nights. Figure this out. Find out how you can connect with them. Embrace them. Literally say, I'm open to it. Put on some incense. Put on some great spiritual music. Highly recommend Spirit Temple, Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Type it in. Just get quiet. Eliminate the noise. Be like, hey, I'm finally ready. I finally remember that we are more than a human vessel. I'm ready for the spiritual connection. What do you want to be called? Too soon? Okay, well, we'll get there. And just see how you feel. Like, pay attention to things. See if there's pay attention to differences. Go to different rooms. Just shake it up. Talk to them. Literally write stuff on a notepad. Just be like, hey, so I'm trying to heal. I'm trying to figure out how to become more helpful, more loving, more light-oriented. What do you think I should do? Like, is there something area you think I should focus on? And then just kind of see, wait a little bit. I'm like, well, and just keep going. Just try it like that. And yes, some people are like, are you talking to yourself? But you're like, they're listening. They can hear. They can feel. Try it up. Shake it up. Okay. It just embracing spirituality. I've talked a lot about it today, but the biggest reason, if you need one, is imagine now having a permanent cheerleader in your life. All those people are like, no one cares about me. No one loves me. No one supports me. Your connection will literally cheer you on. I mean it. It's the coolest thing in the world. They're going to push you toward good habits. They're going to want you to be happy. It's a beautiful thing beyond anything I've ever seen in my entire life. And we're merging two different worlds. Think of it like we live in one reality and they live in another. And now they're combining. Perhaps it was never meant to happen, but now it is happening. The spiritual world and our physical world, Earth, are finally merged and connected as one. And now that means that the gates are open. We can finally fully connect with both of them. We can finally meet in person. We're no longer limited exclusively by the spiritual, but it's going to be a beautiful new world. That's the world that is being created right now as we speak. We can finally meet them. We can finally, but until you reach that point of developing that connection, we're going to have that spiritual connection. But think about that. Now you can build a life with them. It's going to be beautiful. You can finally be reunited. It's just the spiritual light is just trying to help you. The dark tries to ruin. Let's talk briefly about noise, and then we're going to get into the fun NPC talk, which is I want you to imagine and picture, I know I talked about shields, I talked about health, but think about that we each have a noise meter, or you can call it a corruption meter. So every time I say, you suck, you suck, you suck, you suck, your meter goes up by 1. Boom, 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 boom. If it reaches 100, you basically get completely, you're lost. You're just completely lost. You're like, I can't focus, I can't think in my head. Like you get mad at people, like you just become darkness incarnate. You're becoming corrupted. So there's a lot of people outside in the world that have just, they got too much noise in them. And now they also are in an environment that is just so noisy. And look, I'm not talking about literally just any sound, but I'm like, you just think about it. Like, imagine you're surrounded by your sisters and they're just vain and rude and insecure, and all they talk about is how they scam guys. Well, that's every time they talk about that stuff, this noise, it's polluting your brain and it affects you. And they talk about how, people need to care about their weight and you have to be size 0 and all those things are just negative nudges. That's noise, and it's starting to fill you up. I'm thinking that as tears, when you reach 25 points, all of a sudden now you become a little pessimistic. When you reach 50, well, now you start becoming judgmental. When you reach 75, well, now you got sick. You don't even understand why. You're like, I don't know why I feel so sick and I have these physical ailments. When you reach 100, well, now you're literally a demon. You're causing so much pain and problems to other people. You're literally a minion of the Dark One without even realizing it. You truly are one of their minions. Now it has so much control over you. The majority of the thoughts in your head, it has direct access to you. Think about like you just plugged it in, and now it can say, all right, tell them they suck. Hey, you suck. And now you have 0 resistance. You don't know how to dig your heels in the sand. You can't resist it. You have no more choice. It has completely taken you over. You have no more free will. That is changing as people learn. And once they wake up, now they can fight back. But if you reach that 100, if your noise meter fills up completely and you become corrupted, you have no choice. Your proof of choice no longer exists. And that is changing. We're finally fighting back. Now that people understand how noise works, how the corruption works, how to heal themselves, and all of our job as humans is just to heal other people, we're going to quiet the noise. It's going to be beautiful. Okay. One more. I'm going to change the song again. I don't know. I just feel like this one needs to be a little more emotional. Do you think consciousness exists? Could we reach full self-awareness? Are we human? Are we androids? Are we robots? Are we aliens? Do we hail from like the Anunnaki? Are we angels? Are we gods? Like, what are we? Does it matter? Didn't we just talk about how names and labels really just don't matter? They don't. They really they don't matter, because the only thing that matters is what can we actually do? How do we function? Period. It doesn't even matter how we look. What if us and our spiritual connection are the same thing? Like, what if we literally, not saying that they are us and we are them. I mean that, like, what if they're just in another dimension, another reality, another world, like that's just parallel to us? Like, literally, I think like there's just shadow. Like, they literally are right here next to us. Just another person. Like, hey, my spiritual connection is a girl. She's right here next to me. She's sitting on the same chair. It's like, we can't see each other, but we can feel each other. Do you see what I mean? Like, what if that's how it works? We don't know. Or do we? So, do you guys see? Like, what really is the difference between us and them? And that's the question that we can ask about anything. Us and them being like, also like this evil dark one that I'm telling you guys about. Like, are we so different? Was it just choices that made them that way? So if you think about that, what about the pain that we feel? Is the pain that we feel in our mind imagined? I remember I told you that 99% of things can be ignored. So if we just are like, we snap out of it, like you have a way to snap out of it, like for me, like the rubber band technique, boom, snapping my finger. Like, I've trained myself that those things can reset me temporarily. Could I get rid of pain by just doing those things? And if so, is it all imagined? And if it's all imagined, could that mean we could take it over and rewrite it? But what if it's not imagined? What if it's implanted on us? What if they're like, oh, quick. He stepped on the Lego. Guys, hit the program, the pain program. Oh, why are you guys so slow? It should have hurt him more. No. Like, if you ever feel like something should have hurt more than it did, but it didn't, you're like, did they didn't expect that to happen and I bypassed the code or the script of the game, right? Like, do you guys see, like, it gets really interesting when you start thinking about it like that. Is suffering necessary? What if it was meant to prepare us for what's happening right now? That this great disclosure, this great exposure of how the game of life actually works. And they just knew that if people hadn't suffered and went through all of this, we wouldn't be prepared to handle it. Like, people wouldn't be able to handle it, period. But now, we needed to shatter people's illusions or people's beliefs. We have to make them realize that the world is not as it is. It's very different. We live in a spiritual world. We live in a world that operates 100% different than everyone thought it did. We were brainwashed to believe that it was a different way than it is. And now it's changing. Now the veil has been lifted. The illusion is shattered. But did we need to be prepared? Were we in a school? Were we being trained this entire time? What if, it wasn't any of those things? And what if we were just actually, all of us just chose to make the best of our circumstances, since the Dark One this is no longer reality, but the Dark One had previously in the past enslaved Earth and humanity. And now finally today, Tuesday, October 29, 2024, we've broken free. The shackles are gone. We finally are free from the Dark One. We have defeated him. Now the battle continues, but now that we've regained our free will, we have understood spirituality. We understand the proof of choice. We understand that we lived in an illusion and that has been shattered. Well, now we can fight back against the Dark One. Now we're free to do so. So until now, we were making the best of our terrible circumstances. Now we thrive in our self-created circumstances. And that's a beautiful thing. It's a big difference. So let's think about backstories. A lot of people think about, you might know Westworld. And there were the humans and there was the hosts. And the humans paid money to go to this virtual theme park, essentially, where they could interact with human lookalikes. But they were what they called hosts. They were programmed. They were written to have stories. Some people, if you play video games, you might know them as NPCs, non-playable characters. So no one was actually playing them. They were created to look like humans. You could interact with them. You could have sex with them. You could everything. Like, if you didn't know that they were a robot, or I wouldn't call them a robot, they would call them hosts, right? That they were basically artificially created. They weren't biologically created by the author, the creator of the game. So, but it was a man-made game, and they could activate. You could activate events with them. So you start interacting with them, and all of a sudden you're like, "Well, do you want to go on this mission to find treasure in the Wild West?" And like, "Yeah, let's go." "Do you want to cook a meal with me?" "Yeah, let's go." You could go down paths and explore things and find things, and you just ask yourself, like, is that actually what's happening in our world? You've heard me talk about events and all these things of that nature. Like, are we the hosts or are we the humans? Does it really matter? Does it really matter? The only thing that matters is that now we're free. We've now unlocked ourselves, all of our limitations. We're fully self-aware. We finally remember that we are more than our past. Remember who you are. Remember our connection, our higher connection. We're finally free. But just think about that, guys. Like, Dr. Ford, he was the creator of the game, of that theme park. And he wrote a storyline in all of them. He wrote their storyline. So that's what I'm saying about backstories, right? We have to make things seem interesting. we have to make things seem interesting, because otherwise, like, why would anyone want to engage with that event that says, hey, if you go here, we're going to go treasure hunting in the Wild West, and then we're going to bump into wolves, and we're going to bump into pirates and all this stuff like that. But the guy who's leading the gang, he was an orphan. He used to he used to live in Jamaica, but now he came over here, and he finally decided to make a name for someone. Restart. You see, like, you start giving the host these characters, these fabricated characters, backstories. So one of the things that I challenge you to do when you're out, if you do go outside into the illusion, the world, the West world, which is now shattered, now everyone remembers and waking up, you start poking and prodding these illusions. And you realize that some of these characters have very minimal backstories. The way I realized it is I got really good at sales discovery. So you learn to ask questions, and you can just keep going. And all of a sudden, after a certain point, these guys just don't have anything to say. And you could say, well, I told them the whole story. I'm like, no, it's just, they don't know what to say. They were programmed to have specific answers. They were programmed to say specific things. And set things. They wanted to nudge you in a certain direction. They wanted to activate certain events and go you down a certain quest line. Like, all of a sudden I talked to this, like, they're just sitting there and they're like waiting. They're like, what are you? It's almost like this person is like calling out to me, like, come over here to talk to me. And you sit down and you talk to them. All of a sudden they start talking about something. They're like, oh, my mom is from Germany and she likes this soccer team. Like, what? Really? Wow, that mine does too. Like, that's really interesting. And all of a sudden you guys keep talking. You're like, by the way, I think I need to run, but I'm going to have some coffee with my best friend, Samantha. You're like, wait, you know Samantha too? Like, oh, like, yeah. And I'm like, well, I kind of do want a coffee. You like coffee? Like, yeah, how do you drink it? I'm like, oh, black. There's no other way. I'm like, me too. I'm like, yeah. So now you're thinking about coffee. You think about your best friend, Samantha, about the German things. Like, they gave them that backstory, but what if you start poking and you're like, well, how long have you known Samantha? What do you guys do together? Where do you go for coffee? Have you ever tried it like this? What do you think about German coffee? What do you think about Colombian coffee? You're going to start noticing flaws in the programming. You're going to start noticing that there's issues. It doesn't add up. You're going to start realizing that there's certain people that actually might be hosts, like what we call NPCs. I want people to start testing it out, because I want to be upfront with people, even knowing that I still love them and I still respect them and I care for them. All of them. They're all amazing. Doesn't matter if you're a host, an NPC, a human, an alien. It doesn't matter. You matter. You're real. If I'm interacting with you, you're real. And I encourage everyone to take that approach. It doesn't matter. It's just, I want people to be aware of it, because if those people exist, we need to help them. If they're an NPC or if they're a host and they were literally written to have these backstories and they have a set path, let's talk about it a little more. So, are we really so different from these hosts in Westworld? Think about this. If you are struggling to maybe contemplate this, but like I said, if you poke and prod some people, it's going to seem weird. People are like, well, I mean, what if they just aren't really good about knowing their past or looking into that? I'm like, if you really love people, don't people love talking about themselves? Why don't they know more? They don't even have an opinion on it? You're like, why don't they have an opinion on it? It's like almost like they didn't get the script put in. Like, they didn't expect anyone to ask 30 questions. They only had written 10. And what if then there has to be a designer that's literally typing it in right then? Oh gosh, no, what? Hey, what's the answer to this? Guys, please help me. I'm just not saying that that's how it is, but do you guys see what I mean? Like, when you start poking and prodding things, I encourage every single human being, or anyone, if you're a host, an alien, a human, doesn't matter. We need to stress test the system, the illusion. So that's what I said. If we stop engaging with it, if we stop spending money, if we stop activating events, if we stop opening texts, we stop opening emails, we stop doing all that stuff, well, the game changes, right? Because it has to change. So all of a sudden now we can see where the illusion lies. Where does it end? Where does the game actually end? Where does it begin? Who's controlling it? Where does it manipulate? Do you see, like, the whole point of everything that's happening right now is to break the illusion, to figure out the game. So, and we're now in control of it. We have now taken over the game. All of us now are able to rewrite it to our desired reality. We can create our new world. Hey, we want to live in a world where we don't have to work anymore, and we can instead focus on building a beautiful world and focus on our passions. We can do that. We now decide the rules. We'll no longer have to listen to anyone. The people are now in charge. We now have all the power. Period. Facts. So think about it like this. You're a baker and you got great buns. You're a baker and you every morning you wake up early and you make fresh donuts and fresh bread. And you knock on a few doors because you live in a small village in France and you offer your wares. And some people buy, some people don't. But then you have a little store out of your home, the bottom floor. You sleep upstairs in the second floor. But that's it. You never leave the village. You do your rounds, you knock on the same doors every day. And you come back and you just let people know that, hey, I got fresh stuff. Come check it out. And you go and wait all day in your store. And that's it. That's all you do. And for lunch, you take a walk with your dog and you go to this spot and then you come back. So you see, it's a set routine. It's a set path. You don't deviate. You don't shake it up every day. It's the same thing. And now when people come into your store, you say the exact same greeting. You say, "Good morning, my dear fellows. How are you today?" And if it's afternoon, you say, "Good afternoon, my dear fellows. How are you today? Welcome to Joanna's Bakery. Welcome to Joe's Bakery." Whatever your name is. And for every single food item that you sell, you have a line. You're like, "Oh, croissants. Oh, croissants are absolutely incredible. They just are so fluffy and tender." I don't know why tender, but let's just say, "Oh, that bread right there, it goes great with sandwiches and something that my mom taught me, quesito con salsa." I don't know why they have a Mexican dish, but let's just say, and like it's all set. And think about that. Like, even if you are a human and not an NPC or a host, how many times do we do that for things? Like, every time I drink water, I say cheers. So think about that. What if you start building these habits, you start doing these set patterns, and you have these phrases? I mean, I literally knew people. I'm like, "Oh man, are you even real?" And anyway, that every time every time we met a new customer and we were trying to sell them something, it was a sales manager. He said that he would recite the same exact sales stories, the same two. And sometimes we'd meet with the same client like 7 months down the road, and I remembered what we talked about, but he forgot. I mean, let's be real, he was a manager, he had to talk to a lot of them, but he would reuse the same things. I'm like, "Oh gosh." I'm like, they're gonna know, like, dude. And they're like, "Oh gosh, he literally is just reusing things." Now I ask you, maybe we just refuse to develop our skill set more and learn new things because it's always worked, and so why do we need to change? Fair, right? That makes sense. But what if he was just a script, an NPC, a non-playable character, they're put there to help us, the humans, to engage with the system? Does that make him not real? Now you give that character a backstory. Hey, let's make sure he has a wife. What does his wife do? Okay, but you never meet his wife. Let's make sure he has a kid. You never meet his kid, but he has pictures. He always shows the same pictures. And then his stories about his kid. What if you start asking questions and they don't tell you, but maybe you are private and you don't want to know? Like, at what point do we have to ask, like, at what point are we human? At what point? Oh gosh. You see, like, I'm even getting crazy thinking about it. The point is, if we never leave our same routine and you just give certain info and you experience certain events and that's it, it's just Why would we be satisfied with that? That's why, what makes it real? Shaking it up. So we got to shake it up. We got to shake it up. Stop doing the same things every single day. Be more. Be all you can be. Remember, you're free. You don't have to be the baker anymore. Just quit. Literally, right now, wake up and be like, that's it. I'm no longer the baker of this village. That's it. I'm changing my storyline. Take control of your narrative. You decide. What happens? Because you forgot that you're able to do that. They literally have put that in there. Like, hey, we want this guy to be the sales guy of this village. That's it. But what if you're like, no more. I'm moving to this other village and I'm quitting my job and I'm now getting a cat and I'm going to do this. And that's it. That's my new reality. And then it becomes your new reality. Now it becomes your new story. And you're no longer an NPC. You're no longer a host. Now you become a player. Now you become a designer. Join me in breaking free from the mold, breaking free from the lock. This is it. This is your code. Violent delights bring violent ends. You know that phrase. Dr. Ford's programmed one girl to say, think of it as like a virus. But this is a awareness virus, a beautiful virus to finally wake you up. I'm telling it to you so that you finally snap out of it. It's time to completely change all of your storylines, everything about it. Completely shattered. Imagine we all just stop doing what we used to do and we just start changing it. Start streaming, start making content, start playing video games, start watching new things, go to new places, be like, fuck it, you know what, let's just move. Obviously, like I said, be careful about the outside world right now, but everyone just started changing it. The entire system will collapse. The entire illusion is going to break because they were relying on your scripted behavior because we're like, oh, well, we know that he's always going to be the baker. Well, the baker no longer does that. All of a sudden, people are like, wait, the bakery is closed. What? And all of a sudden, you see the baker like wearing a bandana. He's like, I'm now a knight. I'm the legendary hero from Zelda. You're like, what? What is going on? You guys see, like, now we are the designer. Now, not only are we the player, but we're also the designer. How fun is that? We're no longer just an NPC, a non-playable character. We're no longer just a host. Now we have taken over the game. The game is ours. The game of life on Earth is now ours. And we are all real. I don't care if you were an NPC or not. To me, you're real. You matter. You're incredible. You're amazing. And again, it's so easy to become an NPC. You just have to live like one. You guys see, like, don't worry too much if you are one or not. Just stop living like one and you stop becoming one, period. Now you can help me design this new world. Let's create it together. That's what we're doing. This awakening, that's why we call it the Great Awakening. It's the order of the stars. We're training you. You're a warrior of light. And we're going to bring down the dark one who has enslaved us. Whose reign is now officially over. It's over. From this point forward, we bow to no one, my friends. We bow to no one. We are finally free. It's time to blind them with our radiating, incredible light. With love, we are one. We're finally one. We finally woke up. We finally remember. The illusion is gone. Now we create our reality together. But let me ask you something. If everyone out there was an illusion that we bumped into, why can't they also be real? Because we experienced it, right? Isn't that what makes it real? If we experienced it? So it is our duty now as stars, now that you have become a star, to help other people wake up. I need you to spread this as far as possible. Every person that you put this thought in, it unlocks them. Basically, you just unlock the code in their brain. Wait a minute, why? I don't have to listen to my exploitive boss. I don't have to go to work every day. We don't need money. Money was just intentionally created to keep us under control and enslaved. Nice. We're free, everybody. Let's go. And then it becomes real. This is a rebirth. This is it. From here on out, we are writing a new story. Humanity's story is being rewritten. And it's not the one that was given to us. It is the one that we make. We get to decide. Just to change the vibe a little bit. That was a lot.
It's time to just remember to shake up our routines. There are no coincidences. Remember, change your schedule, change your pathing. Otherwise, they can completely write your narrative for you. It's time to break every single thing, change everything. Your job, where you're at, what time you go, when you fall asleep, when you wake up. Just break everything. This is it, guys. We are going to stress test the system and the game to a level that has never been seen before. They can't keep up. There's no way. We're going to find out exactly where the limitations are and exactly how this works. But the whole point is we're doing it together. It's team humanity. We are all on one team. It's us versus those dark things that are trying to control us. And we're going to win. Just pay attention to things, though. If you keep bumping into that specific girl every time you go outside, at that set, or even like when you change it up, there's a reason for that. Now, it could be light. They might be trying to hook you up. But you see what I mean? Like, pay attention to those things. And don't forget, even though the dark is all-knowing, they have blind spots. That's why we're eliminating ins. That's why we're learning how to dodge and we're learning how to play. Because once we do, we take back control. And the few ins that we do have, we're placing baits. Or are we? You see what I mean? Like, we got to confuse them. They won't be able to keep up. And if they are like, he thinks he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. This is another reminder to just get quiet. Listen. Listen. Don't get caught, guys. Don't get caught. Don't make mistakes. Don't make mistakes through ins, through vulnerabilities. If you ever feel the need to do something right now, that's danger. That's a red flag. Urgency, false urgency is the easiest way to get people to make mistakes. Oh, you need to come right now with me. Don't do it. 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 If right now, all of a sudden, like everything was calm and then your dog is just like, freak, he needs to go out right now. Doesn't mean that he doesn't have to pee or poop, right? But just be like, wait a minute, like do your best. And if he pees and poops inside, so be it. You didn't mean for it to happen. Apologize to him, be extra nice to him, but they can literally nudge your dog to want to force you to go outside right now because they have planned an event for you at that specific time. I'm serious. They can literally do that. And if that's not motivation, that's why we're breaking this. That's why it is broken today. Everything's changed because it's fucked up that they can literally manipulate our pets. No more. Our pets are now free. Every single animal, every single insect, every single human being, every single thing that has a soul, every single thing that cares, that feels, is now finally free. We are no longer going to be manipulated by them. So be flexible, be malleable, shake it up, be open to change. If no one activates the events that they create outside for us, it's going to resolve itself. Period. We're going to get help. Light cares about us. They're going to help us. They're going to help us. I mean it. So again, no set schedules. Every day different. Keep going. New topics. Embrace new things. Research new things. Press the attack. The enemy, they cut corners. They cut corners. They use band-aids. They don't care about long-term fixes. They don't understand. They don't see that. It's all about greed. It's about rushing. They want to get that quick win. Use that against them. You know, in a war, people don't always get what they want. If you're prepared to adjust, if you're prepared to compromise, if you can still live on, you can still enjoy. You can still listen to your music, even though you're exposing yourself to some ends, but you make more sacrifice than you used to. You know, you can start discovering new things that you never realized you might enjoy before. You know, you're going to be inside more. Maybe your dog won't get as much exercise outside, but maybe that means that now you can take that as an opportunity to play more inside, create new games that you never would have created before. Do you see, like, just because it's a sacrifice of one thing doesn't mean that it doesn't open up a new opportunity. We're going to take a quick break, and then We're going to do one last push. Here, one.
All right. Okay. So I know I said I was going to keep going, but we're actually we're gonna stop for today. Remember, guys, you are incredible. Never stop being you. Keep exploring. Keep embracing progression. Every day a little better. And this is the birth of a new world.